Was higher than the ceiling, up there in the clouds. Felt like I was dreaming, never waking up. Thought that I was the greatest, scared of being nameless. I was just flying too close to the sun. I was higher than the ceiling, up there in the clouds. Felt like I was dreaming, never waking up. Thought that I was the greatest, scared of being nameless. I was just flying too close to the sun.
Hello, everyone. Happy Friday. Oh. Music sounds better with you, baby. Okay. Hello. There's my little TT boy. Oh. What's happening there? Oh. I've been wearing hats for like a week straight, so my hair is doing weird things. Look at this little tiny TT. Ignore all the laundry. Oh, he's so cute. Little beans. Oh, my little tiny beans. Oh. Ooh, baby. I feel like music sounds better. There we go. Where are you, Flawless? I'm really not. It's good lighting. But thank you. I know he doesn't even care for the treat that's near him. It's a little cheese. Anyway, welcome in, y'all. Hope we are doing fabulously this evening. I got started a little bit later than I wanted to. I meant to start at 5. I've been trying to do a stream start at 5, and it's not working. And it's because I go to bed too goddamn late. I am like a broken record where I go, I'm gonna go to bed earlier tonight so I can get up bright and early and have a full day before stream. Nope. No, I have not been accomplishing that. So anyway, I'm always rushing to try to get close to 5, but that is the goal. The goal is to get as close to 5 o'clock as possible. Okay. Finally saw Zone of Interest. It fucked me up. Oh yeah. I hope you didn't try to double up and watch something else after that. It's one of those you just need to kind of sit in it and feel sick. Been making so many great emotes from the dance party last night. It was a great dance party. Fun was had. Sweat was sweated. Thank you for letting your stream be a safe space. Of course. You know, actually, now that you say that, I was thinking about making this into the most toxic place imaginable. That's what we're just going to be, so toxic. We're just going to change things up, you know? Yeah, toxic gossip train is back. You know? I don't even know how I would do that. What would I say? Who would I be? It's like everything coming out of my mouth has to be through the veneer of toxicity. We're gonna fuck you Fridays. Exactly. Fuck you. Fuck you, it's Friday. So I was doing some pondering today. I was pondering and I talked to my manager and I was like, I don't know how we make this happen, but I want access to filmmakers and actors of films that I review on stream or that I'm watching in order to review. And I want to interview them on stream. How do we make this happen? And I was especially thinking about films that just have not been getting any attention and have been flying under the radar and are criminally not being talked about. And I was like, I think it could be a really cool opportunity, not just for me, not just for the community, but also for filmmakers to, you know, branch out from the usual podcasts, interviews, and do something on Twitch. So anyway, I was thinking about that. I spoke with my manager. I was like, let's try and figure this out. Because I was thinking about the movie Origin, which I'm going to be reviewing on stream today, and I was like, okay, Ava DuVernay is a big-time director, but she has also been struggling. This film has been struggling to be in the conversation, and like she's been talking about that openly, and she's somebody who I deeply admire, and I was like, what if she came on stream? Mm-mm. They could get you an Oscar-winning screenwriter. That's dope. I feel like I was kind of more tailoring it to like the films that are part of awards season. Like that was kind of my focus, as a way for them to do promo and advertise their films outside of like, especially films that don't have studio backing, that don't have like millions and millions of dollars to market and advertise. That's why they do as many PR things as possible. Quant reviews, exactly. I get the vibe that Origin being well received at Venice surprised Neon and they didn't know where to go from there. Yeah, well, the film wasn't wide released until today, so I don't think a lot of like normal film goers have even seen this film unless you have access to screeners. But also, like, I don't know, I feel like people didn't know what to do with this film, and we'll talk about it when I review it, but a lot of people have seen this film. I've seen them say that like it should have been a documentary, and I don't agree with that. And I also don't think that that's like grounds to dismiss this film. Jacob Elordi on stream to push for Best Actor. Look, if Jacob Elordi wants to come on stream and push for Best Actor, Best Supporting Actor in Saltburn, which he's been nominated for BAFTA, and who knows what will happen with the Oscars. Jacob Elordi, you are more than welcome. I think I would have to like not let anyone type in chat. It would just be me and Jacob. It's a really thoughtful idea. I think you could bring more of an audience to these lesser known films. Yeah, and like, it's these films are being made by big filmmakers, and they're still just getting lost in the awards conversation. And some of them are made by first-time filmmakers, and I think especially those people would be interested in maybe an opportunity like coming on Twitch, seeing what it's all about. See the guy who humped the ground? No, that's Barry Keoghan. I went to go see a Screen Unseen, and Origin was the movie, and I was shook. Wait, what's a Screen Unseen? Ba-ba-ba-da-ba. How do we find these connections for you? Yes, let's use LinkedIn. Oh my gosh! Anonymous gifter. I'm the meme, the blinking meme. My God, thank you for 10. What a way to kick things off on the stream. Have I seen Legend of Shogun? No, I haven't. Let me look it up. I never know if I should take you seriously. Legend of Shogun? I feel like this is... See? Exactly. I don't know who's the worst chatter in here, Nandre or Will Neff. Between this shit and then Will Neff's like show feet, show bops, or whatever. You follow Ryan Reynolds on LinkedIn, maybe you can get him on stream. Yeah, reach out to him. Oh, it's a screening where they don't tell you the movie ahead of time? Is that what that is? Interesting. Gonna go ask him for feet? Do it. He will give them to you. He will provide. Anywho, I just think it's a cool idea, and I also want to just start bridging the gap between Twitch and the entertainment industry more. And like, I want to be that person, you know? I want to be the person who is the bridge. And maybe it's like stuff that not a wide audience on Twitch are that interested in, but I am, and I think a lot of you are, and I think it's a cool thing to bring to a platform like this, you know? Anywho, just thinking about things that I want to do on here. Be the bridge you want to cross, exactly. What was my first job? Babysitting. You mean like that, or like outside of college? Starting something new that hasn't been done before on Twitch, we support. Thank you. Yeah, that's, you know, I think that is worth trying on this platform, and trying to expand past what is already established on here. If you tweeted them, I promise to comment, to vouch. Thank you. Yeah. No, I have my manager. I sent him over a short list just to get the ball rolling and reach out to the my management company. Like, you know, when you're with a reputable company, somebody's got some connection, and usually it's at least with a publicist who, okay, this is really intense. What is this? Friend, I was like, wow, this is really building up. I feel as if I need to give a speech or something. This background music. Like, something inspirational or really profound. Life. So like the Anthony Fantano for film. Yeah. I think that's a good comparison. Anyway, I'd like the focus to be on films that are either in the conversation and consideration for award season, or ones that aren't but should be, you know? Just to kind of tie it into everything that we're doing. Have I seen this fan art? Yeah, it's so good. It's excellent. Me and my girls saw you from across the bar. I like that Will looks like a 70s porn star. Also, he shaved his mustache for the two ladies on the podcast today. Because last night he was like, do you think I should get rid of the mustache? And I go, no, I'm digging it. I was like, why don't you just trim it up a little bit? I was like, I really dig the mustache. So we trimmed the mustache. We went to bed. And then when he got home from the podcast today, the mustache was gone. And I was like, did you shave that mustache for those women? Disgusting! I know. It'll grow back though. Yes. Yeah. I was vibing the mustache. I don't like the mountain man, like, whole bushy beard combination. I like the kind of like Three Musketeers trimmed stash. It's kind of giving Inigo Montoya. Like Tombstone, yeah. Mm-hmm. Anyway, it'll be back. It shall be. Okay, so I gotta leave around 10 o'clock tonight. I gotta go to a birthday party. So we're gonna do, I'm gonna talk about Origin. I'm gonna review that film. I wanna listen to an interview that Ava DuVernay did on The Breakfast Club, because there was one part in particular that astounded me. And I was like, I gotta watch this on stream. We're gonna talk about Alec Baldwin, who has been charged again. I want to look at Melissa Barrera, who talked about what happened with Palestine when she's at Sundance right now. I want to talk about SARA Ramirez too, the actress. I'm sorry. Well, Sarah Ramirez uses they them pronouns. Actor, actress, actrice. I'm just gonna use actor because I consider actor to be gender neutral. Sarah Ramirez, who is not returning to And Just Like That, and is saying that it's due to her being outspoken on Palestine. So we're gonna take a look at that. And what else did I want to talk about? And then we might watch either an Actors on Actors, or maybe Patrick Willems' video When Movie Stars Become Brands. We'll watch one of these things and do a react to it. Okay, and then tomorrow I think I am going to go live and put together my Oscars nominations list. So the nominations are released on Tuesday. So I'm going to put like what I think is going to be nominated, what I think should be nominated, and then like what could be nominated. So I'll work on putting that together. Maybe I'll put it together on stream. And then if you want to like, okay, if my fellow film watchers in here, people who are just as obsessed with awards as I am, if you want to put together your list, and I'm probably going to focus mainly on the 6 big categories. So the 4 acting awards, director, and then best picture. I'm going to do more than that, but that will, like, if you want to do your list, make sure you have those ones and then whatever other categories. And then submit them in Discord. And I can look at them on stream. I think maybe we can do that tomorrow. So remember Saturdays? Okay, so I used to take Saturdays off. And now I'm kind of doing this thing where I'm not taking a set day off. And instead of just like when I'm really tired, I'm going to take this day off. I might in the future pick a day again, but I just feel like I've been at a point where I've streamed so many Saturdays. I was like, okay, Saturday is not even an off day. But I want Saturday to have a community focus. So doing something that is community related. Maybe one Saturday we do advice. Maybe one Saturday, I don't know, we can do dating profiles again. So for tomorrow, sorry, it's kind of short notice, but for tomorrow, if you want to submit your award nomination guesses and, like what you think should be nominated as well, you can do that put them in Discord. Is that the best way to do it? Yeah, I think so. Which channel? Let's do it in... Let's see. You can make a form? That would be great. Thank you. And also, if you're like, I've seen 3 movies, or I'm planning on seeing planning on seeing more films, but I don't have time. That's cool. We can also do it another day. Like, if there are some people who have them ready to go by tomorrow, I can look at them. But the Oscars aren't until March. Basically, this is just like if you want to make predictions. Some people just really like being in the prediction business. Should the list be who we want or who will be? I think it should be who you think it will be, and then who you want it to be. Like, that's pretty much what I'll be doing with my list. So I'll be putting who I think the Academy is going to be nominating, and then who I think should be nominated, and then also who I think could win. But just do whatever you want to do, you know? You don't have to do all those things, and you also don't have to do every category. Like, I don't pay close attention, and I'm also just not as much of an expert in certain technical categories, for instance. If there's a movie discussion thread, I think Dune Shadow is going to make a form, which will make it easier. So you can just fill out the form. If you're like, I don't want to fill out a form, I like Excel, then go ahead and make an Excel, and we'll figure out where you can put it in Discord. But otherwise, we'll have a form that I can go through and see any submissions. Form can be ready in under 15. Thank you. Thank you very much. Anyway, okay, so we'll do that tomorrow. All right. Great. Little community action. Community action. Yeah, go ahead and make an Excel so we can call you a nerd. What else? Any other personal news? Oh, today is the last day for streamer nominations. I don't know if it's something dramatic where, like, you have until midnight or whatnot, but I do know today's the last day. So if you haven't filled out your nominations and you want to, I said this yesterday. Oh my God. An anonymous gifter. Lordy. 20 gifted subs. I don't know if you're the same anonymous gifter who just also gave 10. If you are, double thank you. If you are not, thank you to both my anonymous gifters. Oh yeah, I forgot we have the golden kappa from yesterday. Where's mine? Here it is. Here it is. So shiny. So shiny and fun. Thank you again for that incredible generosity. Wowie. Okay. So yes, don't forget to fill out your nominations, and otherwise, forever hold your peace, I guess. I don't know. I didn't campaign this year. I mean, I didn't really campaign last year. I've been pretty focused on television and film awards. But I would appreciate any category you nominate me in, especially Gamer of the Year. I say that I said that as a joke, but like, I'm also like, you know what? It's not a joke. I'm not kidding. P. Gallagher, thank you for the Prime. You sounded so Australian when you said so. Oh, did I say sorry? Let's think about what we want to look at next. So, think about yeah, sometimes I just do a random British accent that also sounds Australian. You were killing it in Dead Space last night. Thank you. I was also getting killed, but it was really fun. Jeremy, oh wait, what is this? Jeremy Allen White ad. Okay, so just to be clear, y'all, you know this ceasefire tracker where it tracks various public figures and celebrities, it is delayed as all hell. So if you see the name of someone and it's like so-and-so is called for a ceasefire now, it doesn't mean that they waited 4 months to call for a ceasefire. It just means that that's when Ceasefire Tracker has either seen something on them or, I don't know, decided just to post that day. But I've seen some people respond to these and be like, wow, it's about damn time doing the bare minimum. I was like, nah, that person's always been pro-Palestinian. They put Hassan on there yesterday. Well, to be fair, Hassan did only call for a ceasefire yesterday, okay? That man has been silent. His silence has been deafening. These are shit. No, they're. Wait, shit posts? No, they're not. I thought it was like a real thing. I know that people have made fake parody accounts of them. I thought though that I thought this one was real. The people saying about time is fake. About Hassan? No, I know that. I understand that. What I'm talking about, though, is I've seen people say that about other figures, and I was just like, oh, maybe I should explain that it's not something where they waited until the day that they were posted, the day they were posted about, and then have been silent otherwise. It doesn't matter. This is like not an important point for me to be making. But like, I think there was one I saw with Andrew Garfield, and I saw some tweets that got a little bit of traction, and they were like basically saying, it's about time, like this is the bare minimum type of thing, not in a joking way. Do you believe in a free Palestine? Oh my god. Oh my god. Tell me, do you? Do you? Okay. Kanye West reportedly set to drop a 40-minute apology video. I don't give a fuck about Kanye West. I really don't. I don't think he's worth talking about. Wait, there's audio on it?
Do you believe in a free Palestine? Say yes, chef. Ceasefire. Now. Tell me, do you believe in a free Palestine? Say yes, chef. Ceasefire.
Yes, that's definitely not AI. He said those words, by the way. He said that is him. That's him saying it. He ate this Calvin Klein ad. Yes, he 100% did. And there is something I had bookmarked for today. I think it was like that disgusting Daily Mail. It's the let me pull it up. Hold on. Here is it. Yeah, here it is. This is so gross. And I know it's the Daily Mail. I know that. But I think in general, there are something to be said here about the way we talk about addicts and the juxtaposition of that with how we view characters who on television or film are struggling with addiction. It's amazing that we have more sympathy and we understand more fictional characters who are in the throes of addiction or who, like whatever. whatever to do with addiction. And yet when it comes to people, and in this case it's Jeremy Allen White, the way that it is talked about and used as clickbait is so fucking disgusting. So a lot of people are rightfully so angry about this. It's the Daily Mail, which, if you don't know what that means, basically the Daily Mail is such a shitty, gossipy publication that seeks to do not journalism at all, like the opposite of journalism, and just sensationalize and be incredibly disrespectful to the people that they are talking about. Hellfire in a dumpster. Yeah, now I will say I was happy to see a lot of people really, really pissed off about this. About, you know, the person who wrote this article, who is Tom Leonard. Inside the life of Hollywood's newest bad boy, hunk Jeremy Allen White is a chain-smoking, troubled former addict who's been through a messy divorce and must be breathalyzed every time he sees his children. Did we really need all of that? We needed all of that in the title? Really? Okay. All right. And look, this is something Jeremy Allen White's. I don't even really want to like go into this article, because the point I'm trying to make here is that Jeremy's addiction and his, you know, his work to move past that, as well as his divorce and just anything related to his family, it does not need to be written about. It should not be written about. This is not something where Jeremy is endangering people, you know what I mean? Where like it prompts him being written about in this way. This is not something that like the public needs to be a part of whatsoever. This is truly a none ya fucking business. None of our fucking business. It's gross. And it's not like Jeremy publicly talks about these things, okay? Let me be clear about this. He's not going around using his private life to up his celebrity, all right? In that case, that makes it a little bit more... This is never okay. Not, of course, the way that Daily Mail did this. But it's like, you know what I'm talking about? Where when influencers or celebrities use their private lives purposefully and make it very public because it elevates their star status, or, you know, they're just intentionally using that to be more famous. That is different than like this, where this is very private. This is something where, you know, even if he mentioned this, like whatever, in an interview or something, that doesn't mean that like we get to go in and just rub our little hands over this as it being our business now. And I just think that we are now at we are so far past this period of time when this type of garbage was something that was acceptable, you know? We're way past this. It's time for these types of publications to die. It reads like 2000s era journalism where everything was super intrusive and tasteless. Right. And I am glad as a society that in some ways we have progressed from this. You know, I think anybody like who watched the Britney Spears documentary was blown away that's how people like Britney Spears, people in, you know, who were really famous, young, really famous people, were treated by journalists and by the public. And, you know, it's not as if we have wholly gotten respectful as a society, but I do think that we are better at acknowledging this as being garbage and not being acceptable. Like Perez Hilton era. Yes. And do you notice that like Perez Hilton is mod check? Perez Hilton isn't really around anymore because there's just not this appetite for somebody like Perez Hilton. Anyway, this is really gross, and I don't mean to sound cheesy when I say that actors, that celebrities and you know, ones like Jeremy Allen White, whose star has just exploded and is being talked about all the time and, you know, has gotten a lot of positive acclaim for shows like The Bear, films like The Iron Claw, is that this is a human being. And, you know, we should just be able to identify when it's gotten too far, when it's gone too far. And we should make sure that like we're not a part of this, and that we as the people of the internet, as the society, go, no, this is disgusting. Isn't that what Andy Cohen is doing? No, Andy Cohen's also tamed himself. His focus is really on, you know, Housewives and Bravo type of stuff. Yeah, and also, like, in general, why are we trying to demonize, put people down who are overcoming their struggles and their addictions? Yeah, comeback stories are part of the human experience. No one should be judged by it. You know, just ridiculous, gross, hate this. Okay. Oh, don't let me forget. Actually, you know what? Let's do it now, so I don't forget. I meant to do this yesterday. I meant to watch this yesterday. Okay. This is Jennifer Lopez's new trailer for a project called This Is Me, ... now, a love story. I haven't watched it yet, but I have heard it is so chaotic, and yet people are kind of all about it. So let's see.
I know what they say about me. About hopeless romantics. That we're weak. And I'm not weak. But I learned the hard way. Not all love stories have a happy ending.
Time's up. Let's pick this back up next week.
What are you guys doing here?
We think you might be a sex addict.
Every time I see you. What?
Maybe.
What is going on?
Third time's the charm? This guy don't stand a chance. Haven't been sleeping well lately. I guess I never have. When I was little, I used to share a room with my sister. She used to sleep so peacefully. And I just used to lie there awake thinking, how does anybody sleep that way when your heart never goes to sleep?
What is happening?
I know. You feel like nobody gets you.
I don't even get me.
This is her story?
I've never lied to you.
And the constant criticism, she thinks I'm her employee.
Being with you feels like home. But I left home for a reason.
I left home for a reason?
whenever someone asked me what I wanted to be when I grew
What
up.
is this?
My answer was always
It's like
in love.
You must respect the ebb and flow of the universe.
I am so flummoxed. Okay, I have never watched something and had literally a million questions. I have so many questions, starting with, what is this? Is this a movie? Is this a documentary? Is this a music video? Is this, I mean, I guess this is me now. This is Jennifer Lopez now, a love story. So she's playing herself. There's like 10 different genres. 10 different, like if this is a movie, it was giving like basketball drama, big sci-fi action film, movie musical, rom-com. It had like every single genre of film besides maybe horror in this. It's literally like every genre one. It also is giving documentary, like like a Taylor Swift or like the Beyonce movies. I could argue the horror was there. Okay, true. And it's like, is this Jennifer Lopez's life? Because she's talking about all her marriages. It's literally called This Is Me Now, a love story. Why was there an apocalypse? Why? I mean, I have so many questions. I truly am flummoxed by this. But I also am digging it. I don't know what the fuck it is. This honestly feels, though, like something Jennifer Lopez would do. Just have it be so insane and so nonsensical. And have us all being like, what the fuck is this? But I'm down. Let me be very clear about that, okay? I have no idea what this is. I'm so confused, but I'm intrigued.
I know what they
I'm
say
so
about
intrigued. Like, this is like Step It Up.
Romantics, that we're weak.
This is like
I'm not weak.
Drama, rom-com. What is this train? It's sci-fi.
Happy ending.
This is like,
Time's up. Let's pick this back up next week.
What are you guys doing here?
We think you might be a sex addict.
what?
What?
Maybe.
This is giving, movie, musical, rom-com.
The charm? This guy don't stand a chance.
Haven't been
Now
sleeping
we've
well
totally
lately.
changed.
I guess I never have. When I was little, I used to share a room with my sister. She used to sleep so
What is
peacefully.
this, like, AA group? Troubled
And I just
teens?
used to lie there awake thinking,
Why is Derek Huff in this?
how does anybody sleep that way?
What the hell does that
when your
line
heart
mean?
never goes to sleep?
What is this, like, gravity?
I don't even get me.
Nobody
It's
gets
never
it.
enough for you.
He's a liar.
I've never lied to you.
And the constant criticism, she thinks I'm her employee.
Like, none of these lines make sense.
Feels like home. But I left home for a reason.
What is happening?
Whenever someone asked me what I wanted to be when I grew up, my answer was always in love.
You must respect the ebb and flow flow of the universe.
In love? So, like, it is a love story, but also every single line. Okay. I don't know if someone's already done this, but someone needs to go through and take all of the lines from this trailer and put it like in one document, because none of those lines seem to have any, there's no like throughness to them. There's no cohesiveness. And that's why you watch this, and then in conjunction with the insane visuals of just no connection there whatsoever, it's impossible to know what this is. We got to look at the cast. Hold on. Let's break down. Okay. Wait. Fat Joe, Trevor Noah, Kim Petras, Post Malone, Keke Palmer, Sofia Vergara, Jennifer Lewis, Jay Shetty, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Sadhguru, Derek Hough, and Ben Affleck. I don't know if there's been a more what the fuck is this cast of a what the fuck is this project. And like I said, I'm in, okay? When this comes out, I'm watching it. Because I gotta know what the hell this is. Jay Shetty, think like a monk guy. Yeah. I'm being 100% serious when I say I am like legitimately down to watch this. It does come out on Prime, so I'm wondering if I would be able to watch it on stream. Yeah, like maybe I can watch party it. This might be the greatest watch party of all time. I got to figure out how to do those again. Order from least to most married. I truly have never seen a trailer for, I don't even know what to call this. I'm just going to call it a project. Okay. I've never seen a trailer for a project that from A to Z, from start to finish, the story, the visuals, the cast has left me completely flummoxed, having no answers whatsoever and infinite questions. I won't watch this unless you watch party, because I will not be able to shut the fuck up. I'm really wanting to watch party this if it's available, if it's possible. It comes out, and it also like February 16th. That's in a month. Has anybody heard anything about this before this trailer came out? It comes out in less than a month, whatever this is. And I have seen absolutely nothing on it before this. Is this a feature? Is this a short film? I am confusion. I am confusion as well. Okay, in the trailer bio, it says, Jennifer has created a narrative-driven cinematic odyssey steeped in mythological storytelling and personal healing. Dropping in tandem with her first studio album in a decade, this genre-bending Amazon original showcases her journey to love through her own eyes. Even with that information, that doesn't make it clear. No, I feel even more confused. So this is a trilogy? Oh my god. Oh my God. Okay. So this is me, ... now. And also, I'm sorry, I am LOLing at that title. This is fucking hilarious. This is me now. Like, come on. There's something so junior high about this. There's just something very like 13-year-old writing in a diary. Okay, so this is her 9th studio album. The album is scheduled to be released February 16th. The record is a sequel to her 3rd studio album, This Is Me Then. Okay, forgot about that album. This Is Me Then, and now we have This Is Me Now. It will be her first studio album in 10 years since AKA. It is preceded by the lead single, Can't Get Enough, which samples Alton Ellis's 1967 song, Still in Love. Okay, so Lopez announced her 9th studio album with a video that she released on social media featuring her recreating that album's cover, which morphs into a photograph for the new album. The album will include a sequel to that album's song, Dear Ben, titled Dear Ben Part 2. Lopez described the... Did she get back together with Ben Affleck just to do this? Lopez described the album as an emotional, spiritual, and psychological journey that she's taken over the past 2 decades. The album's lyrics are very confessional, with Lopez discussing the reputation of her love life. But, like, nobody really talks about Jennifer Lopez. I mean, not in a way we're like, ooh, scandalized. It was fucking hilarious when she started dating Ben Affleck again, and there were a lot of people who were just really moved by the nostalgia of it. But I don't think that, like, Jennifer Lopez's love life is one that is constantly up for dissection. Certainly not in the way that Taylor Swift's is. So it seems like a lot to make a whole thing out of this. Maybe I'm wrong. She stated that people think they know things about what happened to me along the way, the men I was with, but they really have no idea, and a lot of times they get it so wrong. There's a part of me that was hiding a side of myself from everyone, and I feel like I'm at a place in my life, finally, where I have something to say about it. Yeah, the part 3 is going to be This Is Me, ... later. This is the first time I ever heard J-Lo was a sex addict. Me too. Me fucking too. Look, I'm not a J-Lo stan. I don't know the ins and outs of Jennifer Lopez. I think that she's talented, but a larger than life type of character. I have never heard anyone talk about Jennifer Lopez as being a sex addict. Like, this is not something that the people are saying. The streets have not been saying Jennifer Lopez is a sex addict. Like, this is Hollywood, man. Do you know how hard it is to be labeled a sex addict? Like, what does that even mean? Okay. On June 29th, 2023, Lopez posted a photo of herself featuring the album's title and the caption, Album Delivery Day, alluding to the album being completed. In comments following the post, one of the album's producers said, It's time. On September 11th, never forget, 2023, it was announced that she had signed a recording and publishing partnership deal with BMG Rights Management in conjunction with her own production company. She partnered with Apple Music for an exclusive concert at the Orpheum Theater to promote the album. The show will be released via Apple TV at a later date. On November 23rd, Lopez released a teaser trailer for the album featuring clips from the upcoming music videos and or accompanying film. 3 days later, she posted the first of many album covers. Why are there so many album covers? I don't know. Okay, so This Is Me Now, a love story, is directed by Dave Meyers and was inspired by the album, featuring an intimate, fantastical narrative. Okay, we read that. It's an ode to Lopez's journey of self-healing and everlasting belief in fairy tale endings. Lopez's husband, actor Ben Affleck, featured in some of the scenes. He wasn't in the trailer, though. Did anybody see him? I don't remember seeing him. A teaser for the project was unveiled, featuring a snippet of the album's title track. My God, I genuinely am. She's doing it all. Wow. Most important question, does she address her tendency to try to not tip just service workers of any kind? Yeah. Yes, I wonder if she does. Is that a part of This Is Me Now, ... now, a love story? Yeah, does Jenny go back to the block and people just don't recognize her? Or the people are like, that's Jenny, she's a sex addict. Wow. All right, well, this comes out February 16th. If I can watch party this, we are fucking watch partying this. You best believe it. You best believe it. Demero, thank you for the gifted. Yeah, wait, did I ever tell you guys the other thing that I've heard from reputable sources? Maybe this is what Jennifer Lopez is referencing, but like this is not something the streets are saying because no, like this is not commonly known. Jennifer Lopez and Alex Rodriguez, remember when they were married? They used to have some pretty wild sex parties on their yacht with gay men. I'm just going to throw in the word allegedly. I'm just going to throw in that word. Allegedly would have some sexy, they don't call him A-Rod for nothing. Yeah, so I'm like, is this going to be part of this? Very mother of her. Yes. So surmise from that what you will about Alex Rodriguez. I am saying nothing about it. But yeah, maybe that's why, maybe Jennifer Lopez is like, I don't know. That's part of her journey. Wouldn't that be funny if there was a scene in whatever the hell this is where she's on a yacht with A-Rod or someone who's playing A-Rod and a bunch of twinks? I just want to get invited. It's not really from what I heard, it was not really parties, but more so like hiring young, sexy gay men to come party with them. This wasn't like a, 100-person party where there's a bunch of people there. No. Allegedly, Jennifer Lopez, Alex Rodriguez, and like some gay dudes, some like really sexy gay men. I know, he's so cute. He's so tiny. Was Austin Show your source? No. Okay, let me be very clear about something. If I've got tea, alleged tea, it's not coming from streamers when it has to do with Hollywood, all right? Even though Austin Show is gay, I don't know if you guys knew that. Shocking, right? Austin is a streamer. Austin has been a part of this very niche industry for so many years and is finally going out into the world. But like all of my stories and all of my alleged tea comes from years of living and working in this town and working in the nightlife industry where people have stories for days. Austin, yes, Austin Show. Gay celebrity streamer. Thought he was Lebanese. No, I don't know where you got that. He is homosexual. Yeah, make sure you crack that. Civil rights icon. But anyway, yes, I spent years and years and years working at the front of clubs where after the craziness, we would all just be, kind of bored out front swapping stories or like seeing things happen at the clubs. So I learned a lot. Because the thing is, nightclubs, even though they are, it's not in the privacy of your own home. there's like shit going on. It's like shit going down. And the clubs that I worked at were, I mean, at least back in the day, not so much so the last year that I was working there, but they were frequented by celebrities, and so always had either stories of things that happened at the clubs or of like, you know, I'd be working with someone and they'd go, oh my God, I have to tell you about this, you know, a friend of mine, like an influencer would go in and be like, do you see that girl over there? I'd be like, yeah. And he'd be like, she was having sex with so-and-so, like a big celebrity name, and then just tell me some tea. I've forgotten a lot of it, honestly, because it's you know, most of it is the kind of shit that's I don't permanently want in my brain. I truly look at my brain as having limited space, and so there are things that come and go, you know. There are some things that I have forever, and then just other little tidbits of things that like I just, oh yeah, I forgot about that. Would people sell that stuff to tabloids? No. I hope you write a book one day. You know what the problem is, though? I have a really bad memory. And I am not somebody who documents, has ever been a person who documents things. I didn't write in diaries. I didn't keep track of stuff. And so it's not until I started streaming that I now have a trail of information, like things that I've said and done. But like it's one of those things where, yeah, inspired by maybe true events. It's one of those things where I always would look at memoirs and go, there's no way. Most of this has to be dramatized, has to be made up, like it's fictionalized. Even though it is being written by the person who claims that they are writing about their life. I'm like, there's no way. I can't remember like a conversation from yesterday. You're telling me that you got a full ass conversation in your memory with your parent for this one chapter of your book? No way. Look, there are core memories. Okay, I definitely have core memories of things. But the specificities, I'm like, nah. Many liberties have been taken. Many, many, many liberties. And also, yes, people have ghostwriters. Yes, that is a thing. I don't know. I should like. I'm 7.5 years into LA. I should one day just kind of sit down and reflect back on every year in case I ever were to write something one day and not have to start, you know, not have to be 50 years old and then try to recall everything. I'm 31 now, and I already feel like my memory sucks. But I'm sure it'll be worse when I'm 50. Social media brain rot definitely plays a factor. Yes, absolutely. My brain is rotted from being online. This is the truth. Yes, for me to reflect back on when I'm a mother of 6. Absolutely. I just especially like my first few years of LA because it was just such a tempestuous time. I felt like old but also young, which is so, you know, interesting because I think I feel younger now in some ways than I did when I was 24 or 23, 24. I just moved to LA. And just the, I don't know, the characters that come in and out of your life when you live in a city like this and you work in the industries that I did. I met some of the coolest people I've ever met, and then also some of the worst. Some of the worst human beings who cannot believe that we are sharing this time together, this space and time, this period of history together. Pictures are very helpful. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know though. Do you know what's helpful is when you have experiences with other people, because everyone remembers different things. Like I will remember things about people that they'll have no memory of, and vice versa. So like having experiences with sharing experiences with people also helps you to remember those things, and then jogs your recollection on like, what was your experience? What was your POV on it? Yeah. I mean, I remember the big stories from my 7.5 years. But I think it's like the in-between things, and I don't know. It sucks. Wait, what's that one Black Mirror episode where they put a chip in your head and it like stores all your memories? As horrifying as that is, and obviously was making a statement about technology and its invasiveness, I kind of remember watching that and going, I think I need that. I think it was early on in Black Mirror. I think that's what it is. They like put the chip in your head. And I went, I would like that. So that I can just, so you can play things back too, because a lot of times you remember things differently than they went down. Most of the time that happens. Yeah, the entire history view. Kind of dated, but some people have that portable mini tape recorders. Yeah, I mean, we also have our phones, and we have recorders on them. You just have to get in the habit. Like after something happens. So for instance, there's only really one recording I've ever made of an incident that happened, and I didn't mean to, because I called my friend. This was the night that I started the brawl at this grilled cheese place in Chicago. And immediately after, I called my best friend. And I left her a voicemail, and pound for pound, like went through and detailed every single thing that had happened. I don't remember leaving her this voicemail. I was very drunk. That's why this brawl happened. But we still have that voicemail. So that is something where if ever, I were to write a book and have a chapter in it on the various fights that happened in my life, I have that there at least. I recall something from Radiolab. The more you remember something, the less accurate the memory is. You know what? I can see how that's the case. Because you solidify it in your brain, almost like, like telling a story. And it gets harder to go, oh wait, no, that wasn't right. The more and more and more you tell that story. Your brain changes it a little bit. Yeah. And look, like there's nothing necessarily wrong with that. I'm not saying that that's always a bad thing. I think just in general, I just wish I remembered more stuff. And I really don't remember anything from my childhood. I really don't. I don't really have memories from before I was 5. So I don't get these people who are like, oh yeah, when I was 2 years old. I go, what was 2 years old? I don't even know what that was. They lying. No one really does. But yeah, things that stick out in your mind more are sometimes things that are associated with trauma, with bad things. You're like, oh, I'll never forget that. I think I've said this before though. What you say to people is more important than you think it is. Especially if you are giving advice. Or if you are being cruel, because most likely you will forget the words that you said. You won't even remember the incident, but who you said it to will not. And I think it's just a reminder that like our words have serious power, especially in the minds and memories of the people that we say them to. Hogan, thank you for the gifted. Have you ever talked about your 9/11 memory? I don't know if I have, but I do remember it. I remember it very vividly. And of course, because it's tied to, you know, one of the most disastrous events in our history. So yeah, like that is a huge spark for remembering like where you were when the news broke. But yeah, like I'm always luckily it's my experience with what I was just talking about is more so on the positive side of people being like, you said this to me and whatever, it was advice or just something that they took in a positive way. And I'm like, okay, I literally don't remember that. Wow, that version of me sounds very worldly and very wise, and I'm glad that helped you. And I'm so thankful for that rather than something cruel that I said. You know, even if I didn't mean it at the time, but I was just being mean to be mean. And like I know those things are there too, though, especially with like the people who are closest to you, your loved ones. I just like as I got older, and one, I matured, but two, I realized that like we can't control what things stick with us and then what stick with other people, but we can control like what we say. And so there have been a lot of moments where like if I've been really angry, I just kind of take a deep breath first, or you know, temper things down, because you don't want to say something that you don't really mean and that you'll regret, because like that's you know, that person that you say it to, it just always sticks with them. Like the thing that always sticks with me, and even though not in a way where like, oh my God, I'm so traumatized and hurt from this still, but it's like, I know for a fact, I bet, I don't know for a fact, but I'm sure that my best friend from high school, who I haven't been friends with for years, have not talked to her in years and years, but we were best friends in high school. The day that she said to me, nobody likes you, and I'm telling you that because I love you. And it was like extremely manipulative, also not true. She was a gaslighting bitch. But she probably doesn't remember that incident. She probably doesn't remember saying to me those words. One, because they weren't true. And two, because she didn't feel the impact of it the way that I did. And that basically like that led to like me ending the friendship. We got back together as friends, But I will never forget that. Like if I were to ever see her again, ever again, her name, Regina George. The funny thing is that her name was Regina. Her name was literally Regina. And she used to take pleasure in the comparisons to Regina George, which in hindsight, I'm like, that is fucked up. But anyway, that's just an example of you know, something that I will I will never forget those words. And so I always hope that I haven't been the one on you know, on the other side where I've said something like that to someone who will never forget it. Was she hit by a car? No, but anyway, I'm sure a lot of you can relate in one way or another, have some example of that. But how did I start talking about this? Memory. Oh, yes. This Is Me Now, a love story. Anyway, we're going to watch it on February 16th. If it's available as a watch party. Prage. Yeah, the J-Lo trailer led to this conversation. I'm like, okay, where did this come from? I don't remember. Okay. I want to talk about Origin next. I'm going to run to the bathroom. Would you make a weird-ass trilogy about your life if offered the opportunity? Yes. Okay, also, this is not me being a super narcissist. This is simply because I took the time to write this, and I want to make sure that, like, when I do my review, I have something to consult. I'm not like, look at this review. Isn't it so good? No, this is so I can consult me.
Was higher than the ceiling, up there in the clouds. Felt like I was dreaming, never waking up. Thought that I was the greatest, scared of being nameless. I was just flying too close to the sun. I was higher than the ceiling, up there in the clouds. Felt like I was dreaming.
Okay. Letterboxd doesn't normally look like this. No, I think this is just what it looks like online. Anyone have a link to the article? This? Let me play the trailer for you guys. Cuz I think this is one that a lot of people just simply have not even heard of. And it made its festival debut on September 6th, and it did really well. And I'm pretty sure today was the theatrical release. That's what I was reading, and I saw people posting about it.
Mom made me promise I'd come by today. It's my birthday.
Wait, today is your birthday?
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
It's Brett.
I'm Isabel.
Yeah, I know.
Most relationships end. Friendships, romances, they break. You okay?
If you look closely, you'll find something tragic was happening.
Are you interested in writing something for us?
I don't do assignments anymore.
Yeah, well, you're a better writer than most people do anything. Have you heard the tapes?
No. Of what?
Sanford Police Department, this is Sean. Hey, we've had some break-ins in my neighborhood, and there's a real suspicious guy. Looks like he's up to no good or something.
I want to be in the story. Really inside the story. And build a thesis that shows how all of this is linked.
I gotta be honest with you, I don't understand. I don't see it.
You go and write your stories. Folks need to know about this. You're trying to make sense of racism, but your thesis is flawed.
It was all lies. They knew we weren't inferior.
You don't escape trauma by ignoring it.
Nick Offerman.
escape trauma by confronting him.
I don't write questions. I write answers.
All right, so that is Ava DuVernay's latest film, Origin. And what I want to start off by saying is I sincerely applaud what she did here. It is incredibly ambitious. And on paper, it seems kind of nuts to not only adapt a book. Okay, so this film is an adaptation. It's a pretty loose adaptation of Isabel Wilkerson's book Caste, which came out in 2020. The full title is Caste: The Origins of Our Discontents. Isabel Wilkerson is a journalist, is an author. She was the first African-American woman to win the Pulitzer Prize for journalism, and she won for her book The Warmth of Other Suns, which is fantastic. Sorry, I'm not crying. I'm literally choking on my spit. So anyway, the ambition of Ava DuVernay to take a very dense book, which is like just it's not, there's not a story in the book. It's not a memoir. It's not inherently narrative, because it's a book, that is a look at the historical and societal origins of caste, this system that Isabel Wilkerson examines and uses to link together major atrocities from history, namely the Middle Passage and slavery and Jim Crow. So, what Africans experienced in being brought over here, and then what Black people subsequently have experienced for generations. Nazi Germany and the persecution of Jews, and then the caste system in India, which has been in existence for literally millennia. So this book takes those three major, atrocities against human beings and links them all together under this system of caste. So it transcends racism, because Isabel Wilkerson wanted to know why. It started off with wanting to know why Trayvon Martin was killed by a Hispanic man in a white neighborhood. And the answer that she was getting was racism. But she was like, no, this goes further than that. There's more to this than just racism. So it brought her on this journey of, traveling throughout the world and across cultures and civilizations to connect everything together and look at this as not racism, but as caste. It's much deeper. So that is the book, okay? That is the book that is called Caste: The Discontents of Our Origins. And what Ava did, she took that book and made it into narrative cinema, which is an incredible feat. And I don't think enough people who've seen the film and are being negative about it are really taking that into consideration, because I've never seen something like this be done before. I've never seen a biopic, which this is, what you could classify as a biopic, because it's about a real life person, Isabel Wilkerson, and her work. I've never seen this presented in this way. And it really is an astonishing accomplishment. And I'll look at my review of Origin and talk about some things further. But first and foremost, just the recognition of Ava DuVernay's ability to make a story, to make narrative cinema out of a very dense book filled with historical facts is really ambitious and remarkable. Okay. Let me take a look here. So this is what I wrote about it. And usually on Letterboxd reviews, I don't go that deeply in. I'm not writing like a full ass review, but I wrote a little bit more on this one. So this is a quote from Isabel Wilkerson's book, Cast: The Origins of Our Discontents. Sorry, I said the discontents of our origins. The origins of our discontents. As we go about our daily lives, Cast is the wordless usher in a darkened theater. Flashlight cast down in the aisles, guiding us to our assigned seats for a performance. The hierarchy of caste is not about feelings or morality. It is about power, which groups have it and which do not. It is about resources, which caste is seen as worthy of them and which are not. Who gets to acquire and control them and who does not. It is about respect, authority, and assumptions of competence. Who is accorded these and who is not. And what I would say too is that if this film doesn't set out to accomplish what its intention is for a general audience, at the very least, I do think it inspires people to go read this. Now, I thought that the film accomplished a lot and was very powerful. But I do think that like people who didn't think that this necessarily worked in this format, at the very least, feel intrigued to read Isabel Wilkerson's work. Okay, so Origin, Ava DuVernay's latest film, is a loose adaptation of Wilkerson's book that examines racism in America as one aspect of a caste system. By linking it to the caste system in India and to the period of Nazi Germany, she explores how this system is one and the same and is used to shape societies, a hierarchy of human rankings responsible for the dehumanization and oppression of peoples across cultures and civilizations. It really is a very profound and different way of looking at racism in America, and especially, you know, racism against Black people and the social inequities and injustices that Black people face every day as part of this larger thing. This, you know, it's not just racism. It is a hierarchy that was established in order to shape society, and it has continued until this day. Origin is incredibly ambitious as it takes the dense contents of Wilkerson's investigative work plus the tragedies of her personal life and translates it to narrative cinema, producing a beautiful blend of fiction and nonfiction. Wilkerson, played by a quietly majestic Anjanou Ellis Taylor. Anjanou Ellis Taylor was Oscar nominated for her role in King Richard. If you ever saw King Richard, she is really powerful. She's one of those actresses that has this quiet power, and I was really stunned by her. So what Ava does is places Wilkerson, the author of this book, as the protagonist of the film, which I thought that was a really smart thing to do. DuVernay accompanies Wilkerson's journalistic quest for answers with melodramatic sequences that feature the historical figures and stories she is researching. So, as Isabel Wilkerson in the film sets out to research her thesis, okay, to connect together slavery and Jim Crow and racism against Black people in America to Nazi Germany and to the caste system in India, what Ava DuVernay does is that she reimagines these people and these stories. So you have like a quartet of anthropologists studying studying society in the South in Jim Crow era. You have this couple in Nazi Germany, and and then Isabel Wilkerson travels to India and talks to professors and journalists who study the Dalit system, the Dalit caste system. So it's like this really interesting, all these interesting like different narrative sequences that are all lyrically flowing throughout the film as a way to visualize the words of Isabel's book. There's a soaring freedom throughout this film, a result of DuVernay having refined her voice so precisely, as well as producing this independently. Ava DuVernay produced this film without a studio, and it is very clear in the liberties that you see her take as a filmmaker that she did not feel constrained by anything. And to me, like, that is also something to be applauded, that she took risks, that she took artistic risks. She did things that, you know, she might have been constrained by if she had been making this for a studio. And but on the other side of that coin, because she independently produced this, she doesn't have any marketing, you know, she doesn't have millions of dollars of marketing money behind this film. She doesn't have a studio who is pushing this film to voters, you know, to awards, award member voters. And so this film has like been struggling to get attention. And there's like currently a couple grassroots campaigns happening in Hollywood. Angelina Jolie held a screening of this film, but yeah, Ava DuVernay has been talking about how disappointed she is that like this film is just not getting any attention. Origin is not shy in its sweeping sentimentality and emotional presentation of these interconnected stories. DuVernay wants us to think and to feel in a big way. For much of the film, it's effective. At some points, it wobbles or is too on the nose. As you guys saw in the trailer, Nick Offerman shows up in a MAGA hat. He's a plumber. He's in one scene. He's a MAGA hat wearing plumber, and it was just so, when that scene happened, I couldn't help but laugh because it was Nick Offerman. But anyway, for a lot of the film, her, you know, just dramatizing and, you know, this, especially with like the sequences of these historical figures and stories, I think it's effective. I think it's done really beautifully and really powerfully. And then sometimes it, you know, there's narrative lapses, it wobbles, it's not totally connected. Sometimes it's a little didactic. You know, this is a film whose message and also whose filmmaker has a very, very specific purpose. Ava DuVernay is an incredibly inquisitive and investigative filmmaker. Like her work, if you know her work, most of it looks at the African American experience in America. And now this goes beyond that because of, you know, what we just talked about, that it's more than just racism against Black people. But she is she's very specific in what she's doing. She's very intentional. And you just like every scene of, you know, every shot, every scene of this film, there is that purpose to it. And sometimes it's, like I said, a little too didactic. It's a little too on the nose. It doesn't quite work, but a lot of it does. A lot of it, you know, you really feel the impact of that. DuVernay has managed to do what other buzzier, more advertised biopics, cough, cough, maestro, have not. She portrays the inner life and professional endeavors of her subject with such richness and unification. This is one of the most daring films of the year, a must-see. And then I put a little quote in here. Race in the United States is the visible agent of the unseen force of caste. Caste is the bones, race the skin. Okay. Okay. Let me pull them up on Breakfast Club. Is Ironclaw a biopic? Yes. Indeed. So what I really again appreciated about this film is how creatively free it was, how much it slips between so many different ways of telling this story. You know, it's a blend of fiction, of nonfiction, of realism, of surrealism, of, you know, objective and subjective realms. And I just genuinely, I am truly impressed that she was able to do this, to do all of this, when on paper it seems absolutely nuts, and it seems like there's no way that this could possibly work. What was another thing I was going to say? And you know what I also like about this is that she didn't decide to do a biopic of Isabel Wilkerson, like just, you know, just having that, because Isabel Wilkerson experienced quite a few real profound tragedies, and that had an effect on her work. I'm not gonna tell you what it is, but anyway, Ava connects those within the film, and so it's not just a biopic of Isabel. It really is like a biopic of the book, but with the protagonist being Isabel Wilkerson, where we get so much of her inner life. We get so many of these beautiful and tragic moments that feed into her quest to find answers to her questions. All right, so I wanted to watch this interview with Ava DuVernay and Ingenue Ellis Taylor. They went on The Breakfast Club. They are trying to, they're trying to get some attention on this film.
About 2 months after the murder of George Floyd, and I just really wasn't trying to read a big old book.
There you go. We're talking about the new movie Origin, which is in theaters January 19th. It's based on the book Cast by Isabel Wilkerson. And I loved the book. I loved the movie. But when I heard you was doing a movie, Ava, I had no idea how you was going to turn it into a film.
Yeah. Not going to lie, the premise of the story being time-traveling anthropologists to teach, that's not what the premise is. If that's what you got from my explanation, then that's my bad. I don't think that that's what I said, but that's certainly not what the premise is. The premise is that this Pulitzer Prize winning journalist, Isabel Wilkerson, who is is experiencing this just tragedy in her personal life, hears about the story, reads about what happened to Trayvon Martin. And from there is inspired to connect what happened to Trayvon with, just the Black experience in America to the, to atrocities that have happened throughout history by linking it all under the same system of caste. There's no time traveling anthropologists. What I said was that there are different narrative sequences and different through lines as she's conducting this research, where, like, for instance, when she goes to Germany, visits Holocaust museums, is learning more about the Nazis and, what they did. She, what Ava DuVernay does is reimagines these real people from history in these books that Isabel Wilkerson is reading them, and reimagines them for the film. So, she visually shows these stories rather than just having Isabel Wilkerson narrating it. So, taking the words from the book, the stories from Isabel Wilkerson's research in Cast, and then actually, visually putting them on screen.
So what gave you the idea that you used to make it the do I call it a scripted narrative?
Yeah, it's a drama.
Well, break down how you heard about Cass. What made you read the book Cass first? I thought that was interesting.
Oprah was really in my ear about this book, and but it was during the pandemic, and I was sad. You know what I mean? And then it came out about 2 months after the murder of George Floyd, and I just really wasn't trying to read a big old book. But she kept on me, and finally, maybe a few months later, I've read it. And I didn't quite understand it. It's thick. It's a big one. But there were some things in it that were interesting. I just didn't agree with everything, so I read it again to try to really understand it. And by the time I got to that, about the third time, I said I want to make a movie about it. The reason why you're saying you didn't know how I was going to turn it into a film is because it's not a story.
No, it's facts and it's
facts.
research.
Yeah. And so the idea was, well, let me make a movie about Isabel Wilkerson, the author, as she's researching those facts. And so that's what the great Ingenue Ellis Taylor plays, is Isabel.
When you watch the film, you can clearly see why it's called Origins. But how did you know the name needed to be changed?
I don't think people want to go see a movie called Cast.
Yeah.
I don't even think enough people know what Cast is. I didn't. And so I'm just really trying to bring people into some, information, some emotion about things that we should be thinking about in this country, because it's so much easier not to talk about it. And we need to be talking about it. Our freedoms are slipping away. There's information in history that is being kept from us. There are secret arcs of what's going on in our society, whole arcs, beginning, middle, and ends, that we are not aware of.
She looks
and so a lot of that is
by
in
the
her
way.
book, and we tried to bring it into the film.
How much time did
like
you
a
spend with Miss
queen.
Wilkerson, Ingenue?
I didn't spend any time with Miss Wilkerson. By the time that I became a part of the project, Ava and Miss Wilkerson had kind of developed a working practice where she's just sort of said, Ava, you do your thing. And when I became a part of the project, I honored that. I respected that.
Well, how do you embody her so well? Because you're like one of the most passionate, thoughtful actresses on screen, but it really comes through in this film. So how are you able to do that?
Okay, see, again, if Charlemagne, if he can interview them, like, I can do this, okay? I want to have a conversation with Ava DuVernay on Twitch.
Well, the great
and with
thing about
Ingenue.
her writing, and I recommend anybody
You didn't
to
even pronounce her
read
name
the book
correctly.
Cast, is that she's, and you know this, her writing is so transparent. And there's blood in her words. Every pillar of Cass that she argues through every part of the book, she's in the book. She builds her arguments from her own personal experience. So I looked at the book Cass when I was reading it, when I got the part, as a memoir of Ms. Wilkerson, and I got a lot from that. I studied her interviews. She did an interview with Michael Eric Dyson, Brian Stevenson. I cross-referenced how she was in those interviews. So I just use that as my source material. And then I had a great script that Ava wrote.
I was going to ask, how were you able to get out of character? Was it easy? Because watching the film, I think anybody who watches it will get so much emotion, right? It starts from the beginning. You get emotion because it brings you back to that time, to even the conversation when you're having with the plumber. And it puts you in a situation where you're upset and you're mad and you're angry. So how did you get out of character? And how long did it take you to get out of character when this film was finally over?
Kind of looks like Aiden Ross.
Really? I'm still in character. Wow. I was talking to someone yesterday, and they were asking me about why I wanted to do it, and I said, well, I feel like I have something in common with Ms. Wilkerson. I don't have her brain, but I do feel like I share her heart. I don't have Ava's brain or her artistic abilities, but I do feel I share her heart, and I feel like it's my mission. And that's why I wanted to be a part of it. So I'm in this character every day. The difference is how Ms. Wilkerson presents herself is far different from the way that I'm far more passionate. At least I present more passionate than Ms. Wilkerson does. Ms. Wilkerson is very withheld, and I am not.
That's very interesting that you say that you feel like you don't have their brains, because it feels like a symphony, right? Like all of y'all are together.
Yes. I don't know. She's
being humble.
The sister is an intellectually rigorous partner, the most robust, muscular exchange of ideas that I've ever had on any set with any actor that I've ever worked with in 15 years of doing this. Wow. And I've worked with incredible people, but I'm talking about, let's dissect what we're doing. Let's think about it together. Let's look at every line. Let's really make sure that that our intention is coming through in every scene and everything we do. And that kind of partner was incredible to have. So yeah, it was an extraordinary experience shooting with her.
When you watch the film, you see Ms. Wilkerson going through the whole creative process of the book. Do you see yourselves in the movie's version of Isabel?
Yeah, I do. You know, when you're making a film, you are on a singular journey. You're with a group of people. It's like you feel like a tribe of folks that are just kind of at war with, fighting for a vision and fighting for something every day. And I feel like she was doing that, but she was alone. You know, she was alone in the world. In this film, we travel from, you'll see we're in Berlin, we're in New Delhi, India. We are crisscrossing through 7 different time periods. We are kind of on this globe-trotting, globe-spanning mystery, romance, intellectual adventure, but we're all together. Isabel Wilkerson was by herself when she did it. And so just the idea that we're able to chronicle and capture this incredible feat done by this sister is something that was an honor for us.
What about you, Ajna? Do you see yourself in the film's version?
Yes, I mean, I feel that she writes for me. She writes my mind. She writes my heart. She writes, so much that I did not have the words for, if that makes sense. I knew that there was something at play here, but I didn't know how to articulate it, and Miss Wilkerson gives us the words for it. My experience being from rural Mississippi and understanding that these statues and the flags, that they're not just hagiography. They're not just, we're putting this up here for our fallen heroes, that they are tools of intimidation. And this is what this is the work Miss Wilkerson does. She calls it out. She calls the thing for what it is. And so she writes what I need the words I need to know in order to fight for what I need to fight for.
Charlamagne and I were talking about the movie.
Wait, I want to just make a point on something. If it does not seem like she just thinks of telling a story but having a meaning, yes, she has so much purpose. Oh, TBC is the Breakfast Club. Oh, okay. So exactly what we're listening to. Teslin Figaro. I don't know who that is. I'll have to look her up. But yes, Ava is very intentional with her work, because I think she is a person who she is very passionate and cares a shit ton about investigating social order. Like, her films have, they are often really heavy because of the subject material and because she's tackling these very real problems that she perceives in society, but like doing so in the way that she can as a filmmaker, where she's asking questions and wanting the audience to really examine society and their place in it. He does kind of look like Aiden Ross. Something that I wanted to say with the film is that I'm frustrated by people looking at it and going, ugh, another movie about racism in America. No thanks. Another movie that's just like, oh, here's black people dying. No thanks. When that's not what this film is. It opens up with like this, reimagining of, not reimagining, but it's still fictionalized, of Trayvon Martin. And you don't know he's Trayvon Martin, but you just see a black kid in a hoodie walking down a street, car following after him. It kind of has like almost a thriller feel to it, like a little bit of the way that Get Out opens up. But then, it takes that individual instance of Trayvon Martin's death and links it to all of these things that Isabel Wilkerson is looking at. And so she takes like individual things and then larger things like the Holocaust and draws these through lines connecting it all. And so it's, to reduce it to being about racism in America, to being a movie, a black woman made about black people in America, is to just either not watch the film or to just not look past the specific parts that are with black people, detailing, their racist just their experience with racism and just not looking past that.
Movies that you do and how so meaningful the movies are.
She don't waste her art.
No, she doesn't waste her art at all. How many projects do you pass up? Because it's
okay. This part is crazy.
You do it for the culture. You do it for uplifting. Where a lot of people would do it for the money, would do it for the check. But you're a lot different when it comes to picking your movies and movies that you decide to do. Why is that?
I don't get offers. I don't get offers for movies, so I don't pass anything up. Mm-hmm. The studios.
What?
I know people believe that I.
Okay, him yelling "what" is exactly what I did when I watched this. Excuse me? When she said that, I gasped. I was like, how is that fucking possible?
I got a stack of scripts. I don't get sent scripts.
Really?
The only offer that I ever received, like a real offer from a studio, was A Wrinkle in Time. They made the offer, I took it. I was like, yes, I will do that. But I self-generate, because I don't get them.
Even
not
the
in the
DC
film
film?
world. Not in the film world. No,
Even the DC film?
no. I raised my hand and said I'd like to do New Gods. Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
Black?
Yeah.
The stories you tell are too black? What is it?
I don't think so.
You're
I don't
too
know.
black.
I can't say why. So I don't have a stack of scripts. I generate myself. When I think about what I'm doing next, I think about what I'm doing next. I don't sit around and wait because my experience has been like they don't come. Yeah, you have people that are like, yeah, I want to make a movie or attach yourself to this so we could raise money. But I'm talking about offers for movies. Mm-hmm. Hi, Miss DuVernay. This is the latest rom-com or this is the latest drama and would you like to join us? And that doesn't come.
Why do you think that is?
Because
you've proven yourself times 1,000.
I don't know. I think sometimes Hollywood sees certain writers, directors, and producers as self-generators. They know I write my own things, but I write my own things because I wouldn't be working if I wasn't writing and producing my own things. So, 13th self-generated. Queen Sugar was a book that Oprah had said, I want to make. So that's different. She's not a studio, though. Selma was something that came to me through David Oyelowo, who pitched me to the producers. Mm-hmm. All the TV stuff has been things that we self-generated out of Array. So I just say, look, you can have a beautiful career. I've had a beautiful career, but you can't wait. You can't wait for them to knock on your door. You can't wait for anyone to hand it to you. You got to go out there and make it yourself, and I'm still doing it. But it works for me.
I mean, yeah. Ava DuVernay was the first Black woman to get an Oscar nomination for a documentary. Like just in and she's been overlooked and just snubbed as well. But it's like that's how few opportunities and attention Black filmmakers and then you add in her being a woman get. And like it's one of those things where I also went, what? But then immediately was also not surprised that Ava DuVernay does not have studios knocking on her door to make projects for them. Like, as crazy as that seems, it's also not that surprising.
I think the word I would use for your art is intentional. Mm-hmm. Like, you never waste your art. It's always intentional. Do you feel like there's a piece of everything you did leading up to this film, in this film?
Yeah, I think there is. And I think even when I look at Ingenue's work, I think somehow as artists, everything that we did led us to a certain moment where we had everything we needed to get out there. Even I think your experience on King Richard just 2 or 3 years before, and the kind of spotlight that was on you for that, I think prepared you for, one of many things that prepared you to just take the lead of this and be number one on the call sheet, be the leading lady, lead that crew. When you're the lead in a film, you're kind of like, in some ways, if you're really good at it, kind of co-directing, right? Mm-hmm. Because people are following your lead as the the number one as much as they're following mine as the director. Right. And so that really it figures in. I mean, if you've got a jerk at number one, then the whole thing starts to fall apart. You know what I mean?
Trigger for you.
We've all, I've not been there, but I've heard about being there. So, yeah.
Can I say this real quick? I think that people have a misconception about.
How could one be racist towards Post Malone? This requires investigation. Racist against his tattoos. Robert, thank you for the 3 months.
Being number one on the call sheet is being number one on the call sheet. It's a position of leadership, you know, and leadership is service. Is not being served. Is being of service.
My God, Robert, Stack and Solve. Thank you for the 20. Thank you. So generous. Appreciate it.
And I think people miss that boat a lot. Yeah.
Is it true, Arjanu, speaking of being a service, that you stood outside a movie theater passing out postcards to promote Origin on the day of the Golden Globes?
Yes, it did. Yes, sir.
Wait, he's racist because he asked Post Malone what he's doing for the BLM movement? I need to investigate that further.
And she's trying to go tomorrow, too, asking me for extra postcards.
That's dedication.
Yes.
Wow. Sure did. Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's what I mean, that I'm not waiting for somebody to do it.
So if you miss this part, and let me see if I can find the Ava DuVernay. She posted this on her Instagram. Okay, so this was the day of the Golden Globes, and Anjanou Ellis-Taylor, who plays Isabel Wilkerson in the film, was literally outside a local AMC handing out postcards to get people to go see Origin. And someone sent this, or someone posted this, and then Ava posted it with this caption. This is our lead actress in Origin. She wasn't nominated that day. She was handing out postcards for our film at a local AMC in LA to passersby. She had told me that she wanted to remind herself about what matters, that she wanted to invite people to see our work, and that she would stay low profile, keep on her mask, that it wasn't about her, but about the movie. Someone noticed her and recorded her, and now I see this and my heart aches. I wish she didn't have to do this to remind herself. I wish she was at the Globes, or SAG Awards, or Critics' Choice, or the other nominations that didn't come. I wish she had commercials and magazine covers and all the things that are arranged for the actresses we are supposed to pay attention to in award season. I wish she felt the recognition and praise that swirls around her peers in big studio films. I wish the world for her, all the flowers, all the gold statues. I wish so many things. But in this video, she reminds me to move from wishing to what matters. And what matters is why we made this film and why we do this work. For people, to be in community with others, to reach for someone else's hand and recognize oneself, to tell stories of human dignity and justice. Anjanou Ellis-Taylor standing out on a windy day, passing out flyers for our film. I see you, your brave heart. Your singular way of moving through the world. You are the definition of best lead actress. You lead me away from wishing for things not meant to be, to focus on the beauty of what matters and what is. Man, what a just a gorgeous caption here. But you know, I don't know if I'm the person whose voice you should listen to on this, but what I will say, and what I have seen Black filmmakers, writers, actors, just people in the industry, and also just Black people who watch films talking about, is how it feels like every award season the industry picks like one, maybe two, what they consider to be Black films, and then that's it. Okay, it's like, there you go, it's better than it was before. All right, y'all were talking about how there's no white people, or there's too many, it's all white films, it's all white actors. Well, here's the ones. When what that does is it still limits It still limits the recognition that Black people and all performers of color can have in this industry, where it feels like, okay, this is the film, and it's the Black film, or it's the just diverse film, and then everything else is like there's no cap on white stories, white filmmakers, white performers, but there still seems to be with with ones of color, the diverse excellence. Exactly. And there are so many incredible films by Black filmmakers, by Asian, by Hispanic ones, that don't even get to be considered because it's like the quota's already been hit. Okay. It doesn't feel like a truly genuine effort. And I think a perfect example to look at is something like Saltburn. All right. I'm sure there will be people who disagree with me on this, but Saltburn did not merit, and I do not think merits, a place in awards consideration and in these nominations above so many of these other films. Do you know what I mean? But that's an example of how, like, there are no limitations for white performers and white storytellers. Even if like 3 of the nominees of a category are white, it doesn't mean then that 4th one is going to, you know, that like a Barry Keoghan in Saltburn or Jacob Elordi in Saltburn then cannot be considered for it. That's just simply not what happens. What's up, Manual Raiders? And it's frustrating because it feels like any film with a black person in it is now called a black film, and therefore is part of like this group of, okay, we're gonna pick one of these and give it the attention and then nothing else. And it's just like, why is it? And I'm using black filmmakers as an example, but this goes for you know that this goes for like all filmmakers of color. But why is it that like those stories are so deeply labeled to the identity and the color of the filmmaker's skin, whereas that doesn't happen with white filmmakers and white performers? And it's not, and I'm not saying that like all of these movies by filmmakers of color and, you know, these films that are starring performers of color are all like the best films and ones by white filmmakers are not. But I'm saying that it seems as if there's just no consideration, no, you know, the conversation is not extended to these films because it's like, well, we already have The Color Purple. Well, we're already talking about American Fiction. You know, it's like, sorry, we're at our capacity. Right? Or like, just, you know, just grouping still all, and this is something that like, it's frustrating to talk about because the response from haters, from bad faith motherfuckers is always going to be like, well, the best person should be the one who gets nominated, or the best, you know, the best movie, and like, sorry that it wasn't Origin or whatever. But that is a total misunderstanding of what is going on here and what has been happening since the inception of this industry, where the point is that whiteness is never limited in the art that they can make and in the recognition of that art. It's just simply not. And, you know, white performers are allowed to play any role. They're not I mean, okay, of course they're not gonna play fucking Martin Luther King Jr., but you see, you know, you understand what I'm saying, you know, and they don't get labeled. It doesn't get cast into this pile of like white films because it's just not how, it's just never how it's been in society because of the privilege that is afforded to white stories being front and center and being considered universal experiences. And that, like, you know, those of us who grew up and not seeing ourselves reflected on screen had to see ourselves in these white actors and in these white stories. Scarlett Johansson as Martin Luther King Jr. coming out 2025. Fat Robot, thank you for the Prime. And Jacob, thank you for the 6 months. Thank you. Ryan Gosling is not just Ken, he's also Barack Obama. And just like not even getting invited to the Globes. I don't know. There's just a heartbreak to this. And what I will say again is, you might not love Origin. You might go, that just didn't work for me. But you can't not admire the risks and the freedoms that Ava DuVernay took with this film, and her ability to create something out of a very dense book filled with historical facts. And so, you know, you like that needs to be part of talking about films like this. And again, I just look at something such as Saltburn. Okay, sorry to keep using Saltburn as an example, but I'm going to. And it's like, you're telling me that Saltburn was far and away, just a film to be much more considered than something like Origin or 1,000 to 1 or Passages or All of Us Strange. Like, I just don't believe that. I truly just do not believe that. And I gotta be honest, same with Barbie. I really love Barbie. I had great fun with Barbie, but like, really, we're gonna I don't know. Okay. I kind of feel like I just say the same things every single stream now, since I am heavily covering award season in these films. I'm just I am frustrated for these filmmakers. I'm frustrated for these actors, people who are a part of these films that deserve to be getting into the conversation and to be considered, and not just, you know, and not limited, or, you know, dealing with the, well, there's a cutoff to how many films by filmmakers of color that we can even think about. And that just still is, unfortunately, what happens in this industry. I saw a red carpet interviewer mistake ingenue for Danielle Brooks at the Emmys. Are you fucking serious? If you can find that, can you send that to me? That is insane. They don't look anything alike. There was actually a bit that Issa Rae and Simu Liu, let me see if I can find it.
Good evening, everyone. Issa and I recently had the...
Okay, I'm scared. Hold on. Oh, I just want to find this. I'm scared it's gonna blast our eardrums if I play it on Instagram. What was it at? It was at the Globes. I think it was the Globes.
Good evening, everyone. Issa and I recently had the privilege of playing Barbie and Ken in the Barbie movie, which is pretty impactful for people who look like us.
Yeah, we may not have been what first popped up in people's minds when they thought of Barbie or Ken, but that's changed, and we're hoping to continue to push the boundaries of the roles we can play.
By that, of course, we mean white people roles.
Oh my God, I'd love to play white people roles.
No, me too. White people roles are the best. I mean, an alcoholic, divorced, single father fighting for custody.
Oh yeah, an alcoholic housewife whose husband's affair drives her deeper into alcohol.
How about this? An alcoholic school teacher who must put their love of alcohol aside to inspire their class of inner city youths. White people roles.
Oh yeah. Anyway. Here are the nominees for Best Television Limited Series, Anthology Series, or Motion Picture Made for Television.
Okay, look, I am glad there's enough understanding now, and we have been talking about these things so that this can be a bit at the Golden Globes. But now it's like, okay, for reals, can we do something about this? Can we like keep striving towards an industry where everyone is able to play roles that are not limited to their identity? Like that's the point here, right? It's like, it's so rare that an Asian actor, that a Black actor would get to just play a person who is experiencing something, who's going through something, whatever their story is, and not have it be tied to their race. And like, if you've seen American Fiction, that's like a huge theme in that movie, which it's very sharp, very funny script. Almost made me like Simu Liu for a second. But that's the point. That is the point here, you know? And that's what I said about Lily Gladstone versus Emma Stone in the Best Actress race. Okay? In my opinion, both deserving based on performance, all right? However, the significance for Lily Gladstone, who just unfortunately will not have the breadth of roles available to her that an Emma Stone does. And I don't want to hear any arguments of like, okay, yeah, well, there's a lot of white actors who don't get that either. No, I'm talking about the specific fact that Emma Stone is a white actress, and just, you know, a white ingenue at that. To the point that like Emma Stone has played Asian roles before. And Lily Gladstone is Native. She is an actor of color. And we are just not at a point where these studios look at someone like Lily Gladstone and imagine her in any role, that like she can play roles that are not tied to her being Native. And that's because we, like, first and foremost, hardly have any Native stories being told on screen in the first place. Like, we don't even have that, you know, we don't even have opportunities for Native actors to even play Native roles. It's kind of like when you auditioned and they asked you to do an Asian accent. Yeah, where like, I can't tell you how many times I've auditioned for roles or read scripts where they are just so specific that if there's an Asian character, it is tied to their identity as being Asian. And when I get set, you know, when I would read for roles, like I would rarely get to read for roles that were universal, and instead like were always specified to be Asian. And I would go into casting offices, and I would see various groups where for small parts, for like little supporting roles, every single actress in the room was an actress of color. Because it's basically like, okay, we're gonna, you know, we need some diversity here. We'll have it there. But like for the lead roles, it was more white actresses, and it's because of whiteness being universal in the roles that they are able to play, versus non-whiteness being relegated to roles that are, tied up in their identity. Didn't a producer tell you to make your script more Asian? Yes. I mean, that's just a tale as old as time. Right. Like your character's sole personality trait is that they are Black, is that they're Asian. Like that has to be a part of it. It was actually nice in Barbie for there to be a trans girl playing a Barbie and not have her role literally be trans Barbie. Right. You know, and that was great to see in Barbie, and yet is also rare, you know, and even more so. Wait, what was the stat that I said the other day? Like with LGBTQ people, where six cishet actors have won Oscars for playing LGBTQ characters and not a single LGBTQ person has, which is why Coleman Domingo possibly getting nominated as Bayard, for his performance as Bayard Rustin in Rustin would be like the first time that a gay actor plays a gay role and could win an Oscar for it. I don't think he's going to. I think the race is too tight between Paul Giamatti and Cillian Murphy, but I think it might, someone correct me if I'm wrong, might even be the first time a gay actor has gotten a Best Actor nomination for playing a gay role. Yeah, so I've made this point before. I made this point when I had gotten sent an audition to play a trans person, and which is just okay, I guess in some ways progress, me being Asian, they're like, yeah, you can play trans person. But my response was, I would rather something like this, and this was not a lead of a big studio film, this is something where you can have an unknown actor and it's fine. And I was like, I'd rather the focus first go on finding a trans actor who can play this role that is specifically trans, rather than me, a non-trans actress, going out for something like this. And a lot of people are like, oh, well, the best actress should just play. I go, well, you have to understand, though, that performers who have historically been marginalized have such few opportunities. And those who, enjoy privileges, who are not as limited, get to play those roles that it's like we never even have gotten for so much of film, of Hollywood's existence. It's like trans people in film is still so rare, and it's so, and it's so new. So it's like, first and foremost, trying to have actual trans actors play those roles to give opportunities to them, because there's, they don't get to go play non-trans roles. Maybe one or two can break through that mold, but it's very rare. Where and just like LGBTQ roles in general, where you have non-LGBTQ performers constantly playing those roles. And it's one of those where, yes, ideally we get to a point where in the industry, the best person gets to play the role. But that's just not that's just not the reality of things. And we have to be considering and opening up these doors for historically marginalized performers to have opportunities in Hollywood. Okay, let's go back to this. Let's watch a little bit more.
For me, I want to do it myself. We don't have a lot of money, right? We don't have millions of dollars in promotional funds. If you're on Sunset Boulevard in Los Angeles, and I've been there for the last couple of days working on this, every billboard is some incredible movie. Mm-hmm. We don't have that. So we got to get the word out whatever way we can. So first of all, thank y'all for letting us come on here.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah. And I was outside that movie theater passing out them postcards.
Yeah. And let me just say one last thing. I am not of the mindset that a straight person cannot play LGBTQ characters. But what I would say is then open things up and let LGBTQ actors audition for, give them more opportunities to audition and book straight roles. And also make sure that they're getting in those rooms to audition for those characters. If that is so tied up to the identity of the character, if it's not just they happen to be gay, but that's not part of their story, then whatever. But if that's a central part of the character, then at the very least, let LGBTQ performers be getting into these audition rooms. And that is not happening. They are completely shut out. And I think it's something where everyone can agree on that. At least be letting more people into these audition rooms rather than being totally shut out. That's a first step there. Neil Patrick Harris taking all the straight roles. True.
Absolutely.
Man, that saddens me a little bit, though, because I'm like, yo, great films like this, great black films created by black people, black women, it should get the promotion in the market. And you think about everything that Taraji's been saying recently about, pay in the industry for women. Whose fault is that? Is it our fault for not supporting these films like we should with our dollars?
Charlamagne, it's your fault.
In general,
it's your
in our
fault.
industry, it is an interlocking puzzle of factors that put us all in the places that we're in. And so to ascribe it to one thing would be to reduce a very, very complex math that is generations old. And that, I really feel we need to solve for by getting together as a group of people and trying to address everyone's different issues and find solutions. But it's just not one thing. Like that, the pay issue, it's a real issue, but it interlocks with
Coriander,
so
thank you for
much,
the 4 months.
So much history within the studio system and within Hollywood, within the marketing, the distribution, the exhibition, the casting, the production. I mean, it's layered. It's from you're not seeing folks on sets in the positions where they're being crew members. It's in the casting. It's in the executive ranks. It's in the marketing. It's in the promotion. It's in the publicity. It's in the distribution. It's with the exhibitors. The actual theaters themselves and what they want to play and what they think folks are coming in. So, it is, it's a mess. And yet we still make our art and yet we still tell our stories and yet we still enter into this and wade into it to try to enlighten, entertain, empower, tell our stories. So whenever you see a film.
By the way, if you don't know this, Ava DuVernay originally was a publicist. So she has tons and tons of experience working in PR and publicity in Hollywood, and then made the leap into filmmaking. She's incredible. So like she gets this. She knows very well.
I love watching films late at night on BET. Let me tell you why. They have one camera. Like it's one camera. You can tell, they had two lights. You know what I mean? In these movies, the makeup might not be quite right. Everything might be quite right, but you are seeing someone with a voice trying to create something. And so I think, it's really hard for me to criticize films because it's hard out there to make them. And I know that whenever I see someone and bear witness to someone trying to do it, they are fighting a battle that most people don't even know.
Yeah.
What makes it worth it for you, Ajanu, as a working actress? Like if it's not,
it's so hard to make a movie.
It depends on what it is. I'm not gonna say that I'm above doing. I gotta take care of people in my family. I got people who rely on me, family and friends. So Halle Berry famously said, acting is I don't know what she said. What she was trying to say, what she said was, it's a job. Right. It's not something you do for fun. It's great if you can do it for fun, but it's a job. It generates income for your life. But when you can converge these sort of things of purpose and paycheck, like that's what I live for. And Origin is one of those places. I believe, and I cannot say this enough, coming from Mississippi, where there is an active move to redact Black women, Black people from history books, from curriculums that is happening all over the South, that if you can come inside a theater with some popcorn in your hand and Ava DuVernay is offering Origin, offering our history to us in places where we should learn it, but we can't because there's an act to remove us, to erase us. Right. And when I'm doing this kind of work, I feel that it makes me want to get up in the morning. Yeah.
I was going to ask, what do you want people to get out of this film? Because there's so much to get, right? I'm one of the scenes where
love the holdovers.
Your mom in the movie, and she's talking about, maybe the boy should have just listened, right? And the crazy thing about that is that's something my dad would say, right? And he would say that because he's looking at it as, I just want you to get home, right? But now me being a father, and I have two boys, as a young man, you think about, I don't care what they say. I don't have to do this. But now as a father, I think of the same thing. I just want my kids to come home. And then on another scene, you look at the love story with the gentleman who was, dating a Jewish girl, and you see his, and you see what his heart meant. So what do you want people to get out of this story?
Oh, by the way, there's a powerful part at the end of the film where, and this is not a spoiler, I really don't think that you can spoil biopics, by the way, but I do my best to be spoiler free for everything. But the narration of Ingenue Ellis Taylor, who is Isabel Wilkerson, and she's narrating, and parts like the parts of the book where she's tying everything together, and she's mentioning how you can apply this to. You look at any atrocity and especially ones that are happening right now, and applying this idea of caste. And so, in the narration, she's naming various atrocities that humans are committing against other humans that are ongoing in this world, and of course mentions Palestinians. And again, like, this is something that I felt was zone of interest, where I think there are films that will always be timely, but you especially feel the this extra impact from them when something like the genocide against Palestinians is happening right now. And I felt this when I was with Nandre watching Zone of Interest, about the banality of evil, about the sanitization of these atrocities, so that people who are committing to them or who are, privy to them just go about their lives like literally next door, and have absolutely no effect from it. And then with Origin, looking at and making sense of this decades-long violence between Israel and Palestine. And I think, like, yes, of course, this idea of this reality that there are, racism plays a part with some people, but more importantly, that, like, what Zionists did was they set out to subjugate, to dehumanize, and to oppress Palestinians by using a system of caste. The system of caste that is applicable to Nazi Germany, to Jim Crow and racism in America, and to, the caste system in India, where Palestinians are second-class citizens to Israelis. And then that is something that just, like, gets passed from generation to generation to generation. And, you have, like, racism mixed in there as a way to instill fear and to keep future generations of Israelis and of Zionists continuing this system of oppression. But, like, it is a hierarchy in order to shape this society. And so just, like, watching that part just had an extra, it just had an extra impact, because how could it not?
The true message is, people come out of this film, and we've shown it in different festivals and things around the world. And people come out of the film, and some people come up to me and they're talking about grief and loss. Some people come up to me and talking about their grandmother. Some people come up to me and they're talking about, the scenes of the Holocaust or the slave ship. Some people are talking to me about Niecy Nash and how she made them laugh in the Black Family Reunion scene, or Audra McDonald or Blair Underwood, or whatever it is. And I don't want to define what people take out of it. What I want to say is, we are not defending ourselves, and we are not talking enough about what is happening. And I hope that this turns on people's desire to want to read more, talk more, Google, research, figure out what is happening around us. When I talk about the stripping of rights, this is an urgent call. There's so many people making it, and I'm just a filmmaker, so the only thing I can do is make films. That's what I do. And I'm asking you, what can you do where you are? Because we all need to alert ourselves, remind ourselves, orient ourselves to where we are and what is coming. There's going to be a change in this country. It is going to be happening within the next year. And if you're not aware of what those changes are, please watch the film or don't watch the film. Watch, read, talk to whoever you need to talk to get up on the current state of events. This is an all-out emergency. So that's why it was really important for us to try to create something that instigates conversation. You come out and you're talking about it, that's the goal.
I thought it was incredible.
I love the part I loved of the film is when talking about why we have a responsibility. Okay, it's not enough to just acknowledge, like, yeah, I know the truth. Okay, I understand these things. That's not enough, because if we all do that, then things don't change. But there will be people who will be like, well, I didn't have slaves. Like, my family, we don't have slaves. Or, you know, I didn't commit these crimes against Palestinians. Why are they mad at me? Whatever example it is, it's understanding that you didn't build the house, but you're living in it. And you are witnessing the cracks and the frayed walls and the rotten floor, and you see them like worsening. And so it is our responsibility to fix that, even though we weren't the ones who put it in place. You know, we didn't create Jim Crow. We didn't create slavery. We didn't create these systems that dehumanize, that oppress people across cultures, across countries, across history. But we are living in the house that did, and we are a part of it, and we see the worsening of it. And so we do have a responsibility. Everyone throughout time has had a responsibility to fix those cracks, to like first stop it and then, you know, patch it up. You know, I just don't accept anymore people who are like, yeah, but I'm not part of the problem. And it's like, that's not the way to look at it. Are you suggesting that we didn't start the fire? We didn't start the fire the way we didn't light it, but we're trying to fight it. But I really do think people think that that's an acceptable way of looking at all this stuff. They go, look, I know me. I know my heart. I didn't cause this. I'm not contributing to it. What more am I supposed to do? Like, what is expected of me? This is not my fire. You know, I didn't build this house.
At 2F1 with the X, yes.
Master of the O, thank you for the 4 months.
Showed how Miss Wilkerson was inspired to write cast after the shooting of Trayvon Martin. And I know Mr. Brina Fulton, his mother, has turned down a lot of people in regards to putting that story on screen. So how did you convince her?
You know what? I called that sister. I was so nervous when I called Miss Fulton. I called her, and she was like, girl, why are you so nervous to talk to me? I said, does my first voice sound nervous? She said, yeah, your voice is shaking. She made me feel comfortable. We laughed. I told her what I wanted to do in portraying, you know, the final night of her son's life, her son's Trayvon's life. And she said right there on the phone, do it.
Wow.
Do it right there. She said she believed in the work, she believed in my storytelling, and that she trusted me with the story. Wow. I said, do you want to come to the set? Do you want to see the script? No, just do it. And so she visited my campus in Los Angeles. We keep a nice
touch. Just saw Origin this evening, so this is good timing for me, still digesting it. That's great. I'm glad you saw it. I say this, y'all, with every film I've reviewed, but especially ones like this, where if you can see it, I really encourage you to, you know, go experience it. I have so much respect for filmmakers and right now I've been talking about Ava DuVernay, and so I want to single her out and just say that I deeply admire her passion and how she is attempting to change things and to get people thinking and feeling the way that she can, which is through filmmaking. We all have we all have our talents and our abilities, or just like how we can funnel this drive to be change makers through whatever avenue is available to us or that we have created for ourselves. Del Toro keeps retweeting about this film. Really, you know what? I'm really glad to see a lot of Hollywood. And a lot of Hollywood. I mean, actors, filmmakers, critics, like a lot of people in the last couple days I have seen talking about this film and going, please go see this. Please go support this. And also because it's independently produced. Ava made this and shot in 3 different countries and tied all of this together and independently financed it. Not going through a studio. Kudos for that. Hats off for that.
Her other son came to see the film. I showed her some clips of the film just so that she could be aware, before it was out. Mm-hmm. And she's been a beautiful, beautiful advocate for the telling of the story.
Was that the real 911 call? That might be a stupid
question. That is a real
911
call.
Okay, I was like, man, whoever did that voiceover was great.
That's the real killer's voice. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that was haunting.
This movie also shows that black people and Jewish people in
can I just say one thing? Sorry. But on that call, you hear his last words. So in the back, when in the film, when you hear the final 911 call that Zimmerman made when he called, when people were calling the police on the scuffle outside.
So yelling and screaming?
The yelling and screaming, yeah.
It's his screaming in the back. Mm-hmm. And, he's saying help.
Mm-hmm. And another thing with Ava is that she doesn't shy away from portraying this violence. Like, she shows you slaves on a ship, being transported through the Middle Passage. She shows you the violence of Nazis. She shows you this, these scenes with Trayvon Martin, but she does so in a way that is not trauma porn, in a way that is not it doesn't feel like it's just bashing you over the head. Like, I really do think that I think that the way that she directs and just her filmmaking touch makes it so scenes like that are digestible and don't feel like you're being manipulated and don't feel like it's doing harm to the people that it's portraying, which not exploitative. Yeah. And to be clear, I never want to build films up and then you go see them and feel disappointed. I try to avoid that. So that's why I provide criticism and praise. And my whole thing is go see this film because I think that there is at least one thing that you can get out of it, whether or not you like it, whatever you think of it. I think that there really is one thing that you can get from this film. Because I also hate when a film is built up so much that then you go in with these super high expectations. A lot of times I prefer to go into films blind, but I think with these films, because they're a part of the awards conversation or not a part of the awards conversation, I don't feel that as much by talking about them. If it was some horror movie or just some film that I'm like, you really should go in blind, then I probably wouldn't cover it as much.
When we think about that case, we think about Zimmerman, but you don't think about that boy on the ground yelling, mm-hmm. help, help, help me. And so, it's important to give visibility and presence to his voice. And so in the film, you don't just see what was done to him. You see what he was doing before this man even walked up to him. He was on the phone with his friends, going to get some candy, talking on the phone. And
he was afraid.
Yeah,
that's what stood out to me.
Yes.
Man, think about that in the moment. You're in a neighborhood that's really not your neighborhood. It's dark, and you feel like you're being
someone's
followed.
Circling the block. Yeah.
And then, you run because you want to get away. And
that's right. And so we show it from his perspective. It was the same thing with When They See Us. Mm-hmm. People were mad about that. But the bottom line is, this is their story. Mm-hmm. You're mad about Selma. This is the black people of Selma's version of the story. This is When They See Us. These are the Exonerated Five and their families' versions of the story.
Finished my Oscar
And so it's just
predict.
like, who gets to tell the story? Whose perspective does this history and this news that you hear, who gets to tell it? Mm-hmm. And you know what? I just answered my question. Maybe that's why I'm not getting scripts.
That's why I don't judge the old woman.
I think the source material is a lot better. Honestly, everybody into books should absolutely read. Yeah, and I think that is something to be said about the film, where whatever problems it has, which I did talk about, or whatever you think of it, I do think at the very least it gets people to want to read that book. Like, I have not read that book, and it's now on my my list, as soon as I have a free moment of time. But I think that that's great, and people who are like, well, it should have been a documentary, it should have been a docuseries, it should have been about the book. I'm like, I think you should actually go read the book. I think that this film at least introduced people to this book and to the concept of caste.
In the movie, or anybody who feels
Absolutely.
like that, because when I watched that scene, I literally said, "Don't run, brother."
Because we're old.
But
we're older now. You know what I mean?
All right. So anyway, I just wanted to. We're not going to watch this whole thing, but yeah. This is just I'm trying to help out this film and a filmmaker who I think really was quite ambitious with her work. And bring it to you all, and hopefully some of you will go see it and experience it and have your own thoughts on it. Okay? All right. So, speaking of films, if you missed the beginning of the stream, tomorrow I am going to put together my Oscar nomination list. I'm going to put together what I think is going to be nominated. So the Oscar nominations come out on Tuesday. So what I think is going to be nominated, what I think should be nominated, and what I think could be nominated. There's a form, ! Oscars that Dune Shadows so kindly made, ! Oscars. If you want to fill yours out, doesn't matter if you haven't seen every single film. I haven't seen every single film, okay? But if you want to fill it out, then I'll go through some of them tomorrow as like a little community thing. You can also fill them out because I'll probably, obviously you can't, after Tuesday, it's not going to be like predictions on what gets nominated. It's going to be predictions on what wins. But like, I will do that again as well. When I see what is nominated, then I'll go into like what I think is going to win. So it's just a way that, like, if you are as into this kind of stuff or have been watching these movies and want to take part, you can do so. You should already have access to see submissions. Thank you so much. And then as far as other films, okay, wait. Oh, what was one? Besides Jennifer Lopez, This Is Me, ... now. A love story. Is there a list on where to watch all the potential Oscar nominees? I don't know if there's a big master list. What you can do is, if you're just like if you just Google potential Oscar nominations or award contenders, you'll see a number of articles. Variety, Vogue, Hollywood Reporter, basically all the trades, or anybody, New York Times, anybody who's writing about these will have a list. So you can kind of go off that. That's what I did when I put together like my list that I'm going off of, and I just keep adding to it. What was one that I saw today? People talking about it today that I was like, I gotta watch this. This is a good one. This is certainly a good one. This is Scott Feinberg's. I actually have this pulled up over here. This is Scott Feinberg's, who does the Feinberg Forecast. So this is an example. He has all of his, oopsies. Goosey Bell, thank you for the 3 months. He has his front runners here. So 1 through 10, what he thinks will be nominated for Best Picture. Major threats, AKA, you know, the B list, the fill-ins, possibilities. So there are a lot of people who write about award season who have put together lists like this. I'm trying to see if there's anything on here that I have not seen or that is not on my list. And then goes through and does that with all these. But if you wanted to just focus on, you know, what film should I be watching? This is a good one. This is 22 movies. That's a lot. I use this website. This is a good one too. Yup. So yeah. All right, what do I want to talk about next? I want to cover this. Alec Baldwin. Alec Baldwin is charged again. Also, the 25 movies says, yep. You can just go to, like, if there's... I don't know how, you know, not everyone follows film critics, but if there's a film critic that you like, or just Google, like, New York Times film critics, New Yorker film critics, Vulture film critics, a lot of them will put together a list of their 20, 30 films of the year. Now, some of them are going to be super obscure, you know, especially foreign films. But that's a good place to consult as well. Fell asleep to the sound of Dead Space and me screaming. Yeah, that's pretty much what was happening last night. Okay, I gotta pee, and then we'll talk about Alec Baldwin. Oh, he's so cute. Looks like a little pillow. Looks like a tiny little fluffy pillow. All right, I say this as someone who despises Alec Baldwin. All right, I despise Alec Baldwin. I disagreed the first time, and I disagreed this time with him getting charged for the accidental death, the shooting of Helena Hutchinson. I know we just moved on, but I think this is important. There's 15 seconds of the interview you should watch that you didn't get to. Okay. I will make an exception, even though we did move on, because I was just watching this.
Right? 16-year-olds?
Yeah.
Break that down.
It's called Seat 16, and you can, so you go to Seat, S-E-A-T, 1616.com, and you can buy a ticket for a young person.
Oh.
And for $16, you buy a ticket, and then they also get a year-long subscription to Masterclass. Because I did one of those Masterclasses about how I made the film, and so for a year they can go on and they can get a Masterclass and watch Masterclasses and have an education about all kinds of things for $16. And the hope is that we can, get young people into this.
So you could just go to the website and pay for a 16-year-old's ticket, and
a young person's ticket for $16.
That's right.
Yeah.
And what's the site again?
Seat16.com.
Seat16.com.
I promise I got two quick questions. Is this one about the film?
They got TV in a minute.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You don't have TV no more.
I don't know, but keep going.
The scene, I don't
Seat16.com. Seat16.com to get the young people out there and have access to things. I'm a little torn on masterclass. I think some master classes are really great, and then they do ones with like George Bush. I mean, on how to be a war criminal, sure, that makes sense. Masterclass is something. Some of them are great, and then some of them are like, what are we doing here? Ninjas, how to be a streamer. Okay. I learned everything about streaming from that, so let's put some respect on it, okay? Let's put some respect. Yeah. I think $16 to pay for masterclass for a year, that's great. Amazing. Otherwise, masterclass can be expensive and not always worth the price. Really? No, I'm really do /S on Ninja's masterclass. Have you guys? Okay, clearly you haven't seen it. Clearly you have not seen snippets from that. That is a very clear /S. Oh man. Oh. That's funny. /S. Yeah, a lot of people get paid a lot of money to do those and then put in no effort whatsoever. Why don't you have blue hair? Because I failed step 1. I failed step 1 of how to be a streamer per Ninja's masterclass. All right, so a grand jury in New Mexico indicted ALEC Baldwin today on a charge of involuntary manslaughter, reviving the criminal case against him in the fatal shooting of a cinematographer, Helena Hutchinson, on the set of the film Rust more than 2 years ago when a gun he was rehearsing with went off. The indictment, which comes exactly 1 year after the first involuntary manslaughter case against him was announced, was the latest reversal of fortune for Mr. Baldwin. The local district attorney's initial case fell apart, and the initial charge against him was dismissed in April. But there was like a lot of shenanigans happening there. But a new prosecution team decided to present the case to a grand jury, which indicted him today. In New Mexico, an involuntary manslaughter conviction on a charge like the one he is facing can carry up to 18 months in prison. We look forward to our day in court, Mr. Baldwin's lawyers said in a statement on Friday. Mr. Baldwin, who both starred in and was a producer of Rust, a Western film, has maintained that he was not responsible for the death of the cinematographer Helena Hutchins, saying that he was told the gun did not contain any live rounds and that there was not supposed to be any live ammunition at all on set. That is true. There should never be live ammunition on set. This was a severe case of just irresponsibility and lack of oversight. He's also maintained that he did not pull the trigger when the gun fired, although a forensic report commissioned by the prosecution determined he must have pulled the trigger for it to go off, contributing to their decision to revive the criminal case. For months, the possibility of a new indictment has hung over him, who is Mr. Baldwin, who has rarely been one to maintain a low profile. As prosecutors prepared to bring their case before the grand jury, the actor made a surprise appearance on Saturday Night Live, drew headlines following a heated exchange with a protester at a pro-Palestinian demonstration, and posted frequently on Instagram about politics and his family. But there have been signs that Mr. Baldwin, who has said in court papers that the case has made it harder for him to get acting work, may be facing financial pressures. He also has 8,000 children. He recently put his 10,000 square foot home... Okay, wait, let me change this on. He recently put his 10,000 square foot home in the Hamptons on the market for $19 million, appearing in a real estate advertisement for the property. The grand jury of 12 people convened to hear the case at the First Judicial District Court of New Mexico in Santa Fe, starting on Thursday. At least 8 jurors had to agree that there was probable cause to indict. The indictment charged Mr. Baldwin with 2 different counts of involuntary manslaughter, but he can only be convicted of 1. The more serious one accuses him of total disregard or indifference for the safety of others, while the other accuses him of the negligent use of a firearm. Both are felony counts. Several witnesses testified before the grand jury according to the indictment, including Alexandria Hancock, a detective involved in the initial investigation, Ross Adiego, and Lane Looper, crew members on Rust, Marissa Popple, a crime scene technician who worked on the case, and Brian Carpenter, a consultant on industry practices around firearms. On the day of the shooting, October 21st, 2021, the production was setting up a tight frame of Mr. Baldwin's character, a grizzled outlaw named Harland Rust, drawing an old-fashioned revolver from his shoulder holster and pointing toward the camera when the weapon fired. A bullet struck and killed Miss Hutchins and wounded the movie's director, Joel Souza. In the aftermath of the shooting, investigators found 5 additional live rounds on the set, but law enforcement officials who have investigated the case have never put forward a theory about how they wound up there. That would probably be good to have. The movie's armorer, Hannah Gutierrez Reed, who was responsible for weapons and ammunition on the set of the film, also faces an involuntary manslaughter charge. She pleaded not guilty and is scheduled to stand trial in February. Dave Halls, the movie's first assistant director who was in charge of safety on set, pleaded guilty to a misdemeanor in the case, avoiding prison time. The legal question has been whether Mr. Baldwin acted with willful disregard. So this is the important part. Did he act with willful disregard for the safety of others when he handled the gun that day, even though the actor had been told the gun did not contain any live ammunition and live ammunition was banned on set? The prosecutors who initially handled the case argued that he did. They brought charges against him 1 year ago in January 2023, arguing that both as an actor and as a producer in the movie, he had a responsibility to ensure the gun did not contain live rounds. Now, my thinking, my belief here is that as a producer, yes, more so than as an actor, but you can argue that he did his job, that he did what he's supposed to do, which is to hire experts, people whose jobs it is to maintain safety, to oversee safety on set. Like, the responsibility of a producer is to hire an expert, someone who is there specifically for reasons of safety. So as far as arguing that, like, this was willful disregard, I just don't think that is... I don't think that is the case here. I'm not a lawyer, but I see this as like somebody who has worked in the industry where, like, this is how it goes. You hire the professionals, you hire the experts, and then they are the ones who are in charge of safety on set. You as an actor, it is not your job to be a professional in these matters. When it comes to shooting guns, you are not required to have certain training or, you know, to have certain safety protocols down pat as part of the job. Now, the controversy being that they were said to be experienced, theorized for budget. Right. So this is where I think that you can get Alec Baldwin. So Alec Baldwin, as a producer of the film, this is not legally, though, the angle that they're taking. If he cut corners on this, which we already know the producers of Rust, which includes Alec Baldwin, cut corners in so many ways, hiring non-union crew members so that they could pay them less and treat them worse. Just like a lot of shit that happened on the set of this movie that was a result of cutting corners in order to save money. Okay, so his lawyer and others in the film industry, including armorers and actors, contest that idea, saying that actors are expected to trust the professionals hired to manage weapons on set. So for me, let me just give you like a hypothetical here, okay? If I'm in this position where I am on set and I'm supposed to handle a gun, all right? And I have a professional armorer there and they are showing me like how, just kind of giving me basic gun safety, but also like how to handle a gun, how to make it look realistic. I am placing my full trust in them. I'm placing my trust in them as the person whose job is to make sure that everything's going to be okay, you know? That's just how it goes. So if someone hands me a gun and says there's no live ammunition on this is a cold gun, this is safe, then I'm going to take that at face value. I'm not going to like take apart the gun necessarily, something that I don't even know how to do, and make sure to check that because that's not my responsibility. SAG-AFTRA, the union representing film and TV actors, said at the time that the prosecutor's contention that an actor has a duty to ensure the functional and mechanical operation of a firearm on a production set is wrong and uninformed, and that an actor's job is not to be a firearms or weapons expert. The actor's job is to act, is to play this role, and your job as far as a gun is related is to make sure that you look like that you're believable, okay? The prosecutor's original case broke down amid challenges from Mr. Baldwin's lawyers, who noted that Mr. Baldwin had been improperly charged under a law that did not exist at the time of the shooting, and that Miss Reeb was improperly serving simultaneously as a special prosecutor and member of the New Mexico legislature. Like I said, a lot of fuckery, a lot of shenanigans happened. After she stepped down and a judge ruled that the district attorney could not appoint a new special prosecutor to work on the case without stepping down herself, Ms. Carmack Altwies handed the case off to a new team of prosecutors. They dismissed the original charge against Mr. Baldwin after receiving new evidence indicating that the gun may have been modified in a way that could have made it easier to discharge without the trigger having been pulled. They reserved the right to recharge Mr. Baldwin after sending the gun for further inspection. A new forensic report determined that Mr. Baldwin must have pulled the trigger, finding that the gun needed 2 pounds of pressure to fire. But in order to conduct the testing, Mr. Haig, who wrote this forensic report, had to replace parts of the gun which had been damaged by the FBI during its own analysis. That complication is certain to be raised by Mr. Baldwin's defense, who have called the revived prosecution misguided. Baldwin has said that he pulled back the hammer of the gun and that when he released it without pulling the trigger, the weapon discharged. Someone put a live bullet in a gun, a bullet that wasn't even supposed to be on the property, he said in a television interview a little more than a month after the shooting. Someone is responsible for what happened, and I can't say who that is, but I know it's not me. Prosecutors have been continuing to investigate how the live rounds made it onto the film set. In September, Ms. Morrissey wrote an email to a lawyer for Ms. Gutierrez-Reed, that is Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, the armorer who was hired for this production, which he recently published in a court filing saying that if Ms. Gutierrez-Reed were to come forward with information about the source of the live rounds, it would go a long way towards getting her a favorable resolution. Last year, as the original criminal case against him faltered, Mr. Baldwin spent weeks finishing the filming of Rust, which producers decided to complete as a tribute to Miss Hutchins. So, I think that this is a waste of taxpayer dollars. I do think that Hannah Gutierrez-Reed should be charged with negligence. I do think so. That is her job. Somebody is dead, so someone is at fault here. And the person who is supposed to be checking these things and making sure that there's no live ammunition is probably the one who's at fault here. Right? Like, this gun should not have been handed to Alec Baldwin, had been cleared as a cold gun, no live ammunition in it, when that wasn't the case.
With major breaking news into CNN, actor Alec Baldwin has just been indicted by a New Mexico grand jury on charges connected to that fatal 2021 shooting on the set of the film Rust.
Yeah, CNN's Josh Campbell joining us now on this, along with legal analyst Ariva Martin. Josh, first to you, tell us what we know here.
Yeah, so once again, Alec Baldwin now criminally...
Do actors who handle guns on a set need to have a gun license? No, they don't, because Their job is not gun safety, and they're not supposed to be shooting real bullets. So that is why this case here, in the prosecutor saying that Alec Baldwin acted with willful disregard and that it was his job to make sure as an actor that this was safe, I am disagreeing with. And as is SAG-AFTRA, as is other actors and armors who work in this industry, we're like, that is not the way things work. The actor's job is to act. And in fact, there is actually more of a liability if the actor is expected to check things on their own and make sure that things are safe, because then that means that they do need to be an expert in these matters so that, like, they don't fuck things up further, or they don't fuck things up when they weren't initially fucked up.
Charged once again. Obviously, we had been reporting earlier on after that fatal shooting in 2021 that the actor had been criminally charged. Those charges were then dropped. Prosecutors at the time said that that was because new evidence came to light in the case, causing questions about a piece of evidence.
I think that moving forward, actors who are supposed to be operating a firearm should be trained to clear the guns themselves. You're always supposed to treat a gun as loaded. Right. So, like, whatever the precedent is then moving forward, it should not start with charging Alec Baldwin and finding him guilty of involuntary manslaughter. Like, because that is not how things work in this industry. And that is why you have professionals on set. If this is the case where for an extra layer of safety, actors need to have, they need to have proper firearms and license, which I don't agree with. I don't think that, because then that opens you up to, like, okay, now actors need to be required to have all these other things. There's a lot of things that happen on sets that are dangerous, but they're being handled by professionals. So it's just something where I don't know why, but I thought the armor was also being charged. She is. She's also being charged with involuntary manslaughter.
Law enforcement source at the time told me that that was because they learned that the weapon that was used in the shooting had been modified in some form. And so, again, those charges had been dropped. Prosecutors at the time said, though, that if they gather new information that determined culpability on the part of Alec Baldwin, they would then possibly refile charges. We're learning today that did indeed happen. A grand jury in the state of New Mexico returning this 2-count indictment. I'll read you the 2 charges specifically. Count 1 is for involuntary manslaughter, negligent use of a firearm. Count 2, involuntary manslaughter without due caution or circumspection. Now, the original prosecutor in the case told me that as part of this lengthy investigation, authorities had determined that there was this culture of unsafe practices on the set of that movie, with past reports of accidental discharges. It's worth pointing out that actor Alec Baldwin all along has indicated that he did not pull the trigger on that weapon. He has maintained his innocence. We just got a statement in here to CNN, a very short statement from Baldwin's attorney saying that they look forward to their date in court.
So again, this is where I think it gets a little tricky. Like I said, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know how legally this works. But as a producer, if it's, if it is shown that he hired someone who was not actually a professional armorer and hired someone who did not, just didn't have the qualifications for this job and did that because they needed to check the box but didn't want to spend that much money, then, like, there's absolutely negligence there. As well as, like, if all these things had been happening on set and there was nothing, the producers weren't doing anything to ensure that safety protocols were being met, make sure that you have, the right people in charge of these things, then, yeah, that is a problem. But you would need to then indict all the producers if you're going to indict Alec Baldwin on that. So as far as him being an actor and having responsibility, I disagree with that.
Breaking news now, actor Alec Baldwin once again now criminally charged in the fatal shooting on the set of the movie Rust in 2021, which killed cinematographer Helena Hutchins.
And Ariva, how are you reacting to this?
Well, these are stunning terms of events because, Brianna, we know that Alec Baldwin probably thought that this case was completely done once the other prosecutors who were assigned to the case dropped the charges against him. We know that he's gone public talking about the case. He has maintained his innocence. So now to be recharged with some of the same evidence and the same gun, the same issue that the prior prosecutors had with respect to the gun at issue, having been mishandled or somehow damaged by the FBI, it's going to be interesting to see how this new team of prosecutors are able to establish the evidence that will be necessary to get a conviction in this case, because you still have this gun that was somehow mishandled by the FBI, which is a central piece of evidence.
The interesting part about this, to me, Ariva, is that officials have not been able to determine how the live ammunition found its way into that .45 caliber revolver it was manufactured by this Italian company that specializes in the kind of reproductions that are used on films like Rust. How does that potentially complicate the process of proving in court that Baldwin is guilty of 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter?
It's going to be challenging, Boris, because the prosecutors will have to prove willful disregard. And you are right. Not only have the investigators or prosecutors not been able to determine how live bullets or live ammunition ended up in the gun, they don't even know how live ammunition ended up on the set. That's still a very unanswered question. They have not been able to, even though the armorer, who has also been charged, she's set to go to trial starting in February. Apparently, she has not provided any information to law enforcement about how that live ammunition arrived on that set. Look, we know that people should not be killed in the making of a movie. This was a tragedy that should have never happened. 2 people have been charged, and now with Alec Baldwin, a 3rd person being charged.
Yeah, I mean, that is not good that it's been this long and they have no idea how this ammunition ended up on set. That's pretty scary. But I also think bodes well for Alec Baldwin in they can't connect this. So making it harder to prove that he willfully disregarded.
Clearly someone is responsible for the death of Miss Hutchins, but the investigation seems to have been so shoddy that it's not clear to me that anyone will be held criminally responsible.
Yeah, Josh, how much can that endanger things when you have, at least in this kind of legal accounting here, so many people held accountable and it's really unclear which one should be?
No, it's a great question. You know, I posed this to prosecutors early on, and they said that they will conduct this investigation and hold accountable anyone that they believed was responsible. But it's worth pointing out, after those initial charges came out, we heard from numerous legal experts who were quite stunned, actually, saying that, we can understand charging someone who, was responsible for a live round being in that gun. But there's just been this question about an actor, someone who was told on set, allegedly by one of the prop masters, that this weapon was, quote, cold, that it did not have any type of ammunition in it. That person then handed it to Alec Baldwin. And so this is going to be, I think, a central part of Alec Baldwin's defense. 2 parts. First, should an actor be responsible for then checking the gun and then knowing the difference between a live round of ammunition and a so-called dummy round? We know that there was a live round of ammunition in there ultimately. There's also the question about the integrity of the gun itself. As Ariva was just talking about, whenever the FBI was brought in to conduct an analysis of this gun, they did multiple tests on the weapon. The central question there was, could this gun go off if Alec Baldwin did not pull the trigger? Of course, he has claimed all along that he did not pull the trigger. What the FBI determined through their testing is that gun could not have fired unless someone actually pulled the trigger. Now, as Ariva mentioned, the gun did get destroyed during the course of that testing. I read through this lengthy report from the FBI analysts in Quantico. What they indicated was, we're talking about an old gun. This isn't a prop gun. This was an actual functioning weapon that through the course of multiple rounds of testing, the gun pieces inside the gun ultimately failed, causing destruction. And that's what Alec Baldwin's team seized on, saying, look, the gun itself, there were problems with it. But, I went back to law enforcement, to, the prosecutors asking, they indicated that no, at the time that the weapon was used on that set, analysts believe that it could not have been fired without someone actually pulling the trigger, which I think finally is why, as you look at these charges, this all seems to center around negligence. I mean, it's right in count 1, negligent use of a firearm. firearm. If you are someone who is in possession of a functioning firearm and you point it at someone and you manipulate that weapon, whether that's the trigger or the hammer on the gun, and it goes off and someone dies, are you responsible? Prosecutors here saying ultimately yes, or I should say a grand jury coming now and saying yes, that Alec Baldwin should.
Yeah, that's why they're going so hard on this trigger thing. Even though it's like you can look at it and go, well, even if it seems reckless, he as an actor doesn't, just like for so long the norm has been that if you're handed a safe gun, then the gun is a gun that's been cleared, then that gun is safe. So like if you're rehearsing, you shoot the gun, like nothing should happen. It should be safe. But that's why they're like hitting this trigger thing really hard to get him on willful recklessness, on like, being incredibly negligent. Wasn't reckless though if he wasn't responsible for checking it. Right. I mean, that's my thinking as well. And I also look at this as like, that's how things work in Hollywood. Even if you as a gun owner are like, well, that's not how that goes. Even if a gun is cleared, if a gun is said to be safe, like you still don't do stuff like that. But you have to remember that we're talking about actors and we're talking about like a movie set where they're not experts. They don't know about these things because they haven't had to.
Should be indicted on those criminal charges. Of course, we'll wait and see what happens next in the prosecution. There was always this question about, early on, whether Alec Baldwin would plead to anything. His team was adamant that he wasn't pleading to anything, that he determined or believed that he was innocent of these charges. And again, that statement we just got from his attorney say that they look forward to having their day in court. And then the final point I'll mention, as Ariva centered on, which is just so important, is that we're not talking about a separate group of prosecutors from the original team that filed charges. This prosecution has had all kinds of issues. At one point, there was one person who was brought on to the prosecution team. It turned out she was a Republican legislator in New Mexico who was also working on the case. The Baldwin team cried foul. They're saying, look, this probably smacks of politics. And so bottom line, a new special prosecution team was brought in. That's the team that ultimately presented this to the grand jury finding that, yes, Alec Baldwin should be indicted on 2 counts.
All right, Josh and Ariva, so it goes on. We'll continue to follow it along with you.
Well, no, I don't really have anything additional to add that I didn't say the first time that he got charged in this. I will say I feel like it does set a dangerous precedent if he is found guilty for this. I think it'll be scary as an actor, knowing that now you have a responsibility as the actor to ensure safety on set when you are involved. That I don't know. That is just something that is, a lot of liability and worrisome. No, the charges are him as the actor who held the gun. Right? So, I mean, I think that instead there should be a much more rigorous shakedown of making sure that people who are hired as experts, as professionals on these movie sets are doing their fucking jobs, making sure that corners aren't being cut, that, there's more, that crew members on a set have the ability to make sure that somebody from the union or whoever is monitoring what's happening on these sets of smaller films, so that like these cost cutting things aren't happening when they can also lead to negligence and to potential accidents And that's what I want to know. Like, I want to know about Hannah Gutierrez Reed. I want to know, is she actually a professional armorer? Is she someone who was capable of making sure that there was safety around these guns on set? Or like, was this part of the cutting corners that these producers were doing on the film? You know? Okay, let's look at SARA Ramirez's statements. So SARA Ramirez, who was in Grey's Anatomy and most recently in And Just Like That, which I'm just going to start off by saying one of the most annoying characters ever. Okay. Che Diaz, who SARA Ramirez plays, was a horrible character. And it did feel like they were already being written off the show because their storyline with Miranda was over. Like, I don't think Che Diaz was going to further be a part of the show. And also the audience response to Che Diaz was terrible. Nobody liked Che Diaz. Che Diaz might be one of the most hated characters in television history. And not because they were evil, not in a like Joffrey Baratheon way, in a way that like people who watch the show just could not stand. Okay. So anyway, SARA Ramirez has spoken out against the blacklisting of actors who have shown support for Palestinians and have spoken out against the genocide in Gaza. Ramirez, who's been outspoken against the genocide, has reportedly since been dropped from And Just Like That season 3. Now, first and foremost, props to SARA Ramirez for doing the right thing, for supporting Palestine, for speaking out against the genocide. And they are not wrong when talking about how how actors are being blacklisted for doing such. So this is what they posted. Our industry is so duplicitous. When they give awards away, casting directors and agents are making blacklist of actors and workers who post anything in support of Palestinians in Gaza to ensure that they will not work again. While they lift up some of their own clients who have spoken up against this genocide, they are firing and letting others who have smaller platforms go. While they award LGBTQ orgs, they are silent on those orgs' ties to weapons manufacturers who are currently supporting the Israeli military as it commits genocide on Palestinian lives that include LGBTQIA to S+ lives. I get it. Awards are shiny. People need to pay their rent or feel special and powerful. Meanwhile, we are beyond the 100-day mark on this war that has been acknowledged by many, including the ICC, as a genocide. It's wild how performative so many in Hollywood are, even more performative than the last character I played. Very funny that they acknowledged how fucking performative Che Diaz was. Okay. So, JT, thank you for the raid. So, I have some thoughts on this. On the one hand, SARA Ramirez is making some pretty based points, okay? Talking about the blacklisting that's going on, talking about the performativeness, the bullshit of this industry. Yeah. Yes, yes, and yes. Now, on the other hand, Cynthia Nixon, who plays Miranda and is a much bigger part of the film than Che Diaz, than SARA Ramirez, literally did a hunger strike for Gaza. Cynthia Nixon has been all over the pro-Palestinian support. She is incredibly politically outspoken, and has literally chained herself to the White House and was doing a hunger strike. And is probably the most outspoken celebrity that I've seen, you know, maybe not including Susan Sarandon, but just as far as like the words that she has been saying and the actions that she has been taking, Cynthia Nixon, there is no doubt, is against Israel, is supporting Palestine, and is being very, very, very loud about it. Hogan, thank you for the gifted. So I saw this, and as much as I hate to think this, I don't know if this is necessarily a case of SARA Ramirez being blacklisted from the show, being dropped because of their support for Palestine. And that is because of Cynthia Nixon. And also because Sarah Ramirez's character, Che Diaz, is universally despised. The character arc had come to an end. If you watch And Just Like That, you know what I'm talking about. The character arc had come to an end, and since this character was introduced, the audience of And Just Like That viewers, of which I am one, unfortunately, have been so outspoken on wanting to get rid of this character and like cheering when Miranda when they split up. Okay, so it's not their fault the character sucks, right? And the fact that they acknowledge here, even more performant than the last character I played, Sarah Ramirez is acknowledging that Che Diaz was an awful character. Awful. Is that the same Cynthia Nixon from the Gilded Age? Yes, that's very funny to say Cynthia Nixon from the Gilded Age, because when I think of Cynthia Nixon, I think of Sex and the City. So, there are, on the one hand, I want to praise Sarah Ramirez for being outspoken, for being so stalwart in their support of Palestine. But on the other hand, I don't have the answer of what exactly happened here, but I don't want this to turn into suddenly everyone is like, boycott And Just Like That, fuck these writers, fuck these cast members, yada yada, when Cynthia Nixon, who is a huge part of the show and was not going anywhere, has been even more outspoken. Like, I'm not trying to compare this as like who's doing better, but just like Cynthia Nixon is a more visible actor and has also been nonstop in talking about Palestine and talking about Israel. She literally did a hunger strike for Gaza. Like, that's how intensely she is in this bitch. And there was something where I think Pop Crave posted this and they used the word allegedly, like Sarah Ramirez was allegedly dropped from And Just Like That because of their support for Palestine, according to Sarah Ramirez. And people were like, can we stop with the word allegedly? We know what's going on in Hollywood. And then a lot of people on Twitter who I follow and I know that they are like pro-Palestinian until they die, were like, okay, hold on a second here. No, I actually think allegedly is fine because of, and then all the things that I have just said. So I think this is something where it's important. It is important to, I guess, separate when something is unjust, like truly, truly unjust, and when something may appear to be, but it's happening for a different reason. Like, you should totally, totally reserve your hold on to your like boycott Stranger Things fight, like don't watch that bullshit, it's not a good show anyway, but that kind of stuff, because of their hiring and keeping on Zionists who have been promoting like violence against Palestinians, and also talk shit on Scream. We're not going to go see it. Go support films that actresses like Melissa Barrera are doing, stuff like that. And this is just one of those rare instances that I genuinely don't think the support of Palestine is the reason that this happened. So I just wanted to point that out in case anybody saw this and was like, oh my God, another one bites the dust. Hollywood strikes again. And I'm like, well, I don't know if that's exactly what's happening here. But it's not to take away from from saying like this isn't happening in Hollywood. It totally is. And also not to take away from Sarah Ramirez's Palestinian activism. But I just don't want to get to this point too, and maybe this is just me being cynical, where me being cynical, especially because most celebrities are not outspoken and most actors are not outspoken in their support of Palestine. We need more of them to do so. But using this as cover, using your support for Palestine as cover for why something happened to you, or, you know, why you didn't get cast in something or got dropped from a project. Like, I just think that it can kind of muddle the waters and potentially backfire in that real instances of blacklisting and of people being dropped because of Palestine will get muddied. You know? Okay. Anyway, that's what I have to say on that. Did you read about Melissa Barrera's new film at Sundance? Yes, I did. I want to look at this part. Also, she is so fucking pretty. Slay. Okay. Melissa Barrera says her firing from the Scream franchise, which followed social media posts about the Israel-Gaza conflict, was part of a big awakening for the actress that she's grateful for. Israel-Gaza conflict. Okay, Hollywood Reporter. Speaking to the Associated Press on Thursday night at the Sundance Film Festival, the Carmen and Vita star said that after Spyglass Media fired her over what they deemed were anti-Semitic posts, she's had time to reflect on how her support of Palestinians and calls for a ceasefire in the region has helped her realize more about herself. Honestly, I think I finally am becoming who I'm supposed to be in life, and the last few months have been a big awakening of that, she said. She told the outlet at the red carpet premiere of her new film, Your Monster. I'm just so grateful for everything that's happened. Barrera had multiple social media posts around the beginning of the Israel-Hamas war, which described elements of Israel's response to Hamas in Gaza as genocide and ethnic cleansing. In November, it was announced that Barrera had been let go from the franchise. Spyglass, in a statement about its decision, said that it had zero tolerance for anti-Semitism or the incitement of hate, including false references to genocide, ethnic cleansing, Holocaust distortion, and hate speech. Literally, fuck Spyglass. In her own statement, the In the Heights and Keep Breathing actress said she not only condemned anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, but hate and prejudice of any kind against any group of people. Every person on this earth, regardless of religion, race, ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, or socioeconomic status, deserves equal human rights, dignity, and, of course, freedom. Since the news of her firing, co-star Jenna Ortega and director Chris Landon have both departed Scream 7. Scream 7? No Scream 7. Silent 7. There ain't a Scream 7. Ortega's departure, revealed just a day after Barrera's firing, was initially described as a scheduling issue, but according to sources who spoke to The Hollywood Reporter, it was over a requested pay increase. Pay the man his money. Pay Jenna Ortega her money. Landon announced he had left the project 2 days before Christmas following a dream job that turned into a nightmare. Barrera's co-star Jasmine Savoy Brown also recently opened up about her future with the franchise, revealing that she's currently unclear about whether she'll return for Scream 7. I haven't gotten a call, so I think if you want to ask Spyglass what they're doing, you can. No, that movie is dead in the water. That movie is dead before it even began. But anyway, this is a good example of putting our money where our mouth is, okay? We support Melissa Barrera. We're supporting any actors, anybody, any celebrities, any public figures who are risking their careers to support Palestine, which is fucking crazy that that's the case, but that's the case. And so we gotta go see this girl's movies, okay? We gotta go see Your Monster. We gotta go see Abigail. We gotta go support. All right? That's what we got to do. Because this is how we, the people, take the power back. We go, oh, you're going to fire Melissa Barrera over doing and saying the right thing? Okay, we're not going to support your trash. We're going to go support anything that she's doing. Because we're going to send the message that the audience, the goers, the film goers, the ones who are paying for these films, for these shows, paying to see them, we don't support your bullshit. We support this. So we gotta take out our little purses and show that, okay? I mean that sincerely. Like, for instance, Huda, do you know Huda Beauty? She makes amazing lip liner. Like, I already buy her stuff anyway. But she has been a badass when it comes to Palestine, and has talked so much about how she doesn't give a fuck if she loses all her business. She's not going to shut up and support Israel because she's afraid of people not buying her makeup anymore. Like, she's been a giga woman. And so I've been buying more of her stuff. Like I said, I already love her lip liner and her lipsticks. She's great. But that's the kind of thing where it's like, oh, okay, I'm not going to buy from Rare Beauty. I'm going to buy from Huda Beauty. Like, you know what I mean? Just examples like that, where you can put your money where your mouth is, where your political beliefs are, and understand the importance of making it so that more people can have the freedom to speak out against injustices and not fucking lose their careers, right? Because even though we're not the ones who make these decisions, we're not the ones who decide, like, Melissa Barrera gets fired. We're not the ones who decide that, like, Noah Schnapp doesn't. We can decide what we support. Okay? And the left makes do not buy lists. Maybe we should make. I always appreciate buy lists. I always appreciate lists that are like, here's some Palestinian or Yemeni or whoever is currently facing violence. Here are artists or, makeup brands or like whatever it is that us, the consumers, buy. Here are great options for you to shop from, rather than these corporations or these super duper rich business owners who not only are evil fucking assholes, but use that money that they generate from consumers who buy their shit to further, to pay for this violence to continue, to financially support it. Hit them where it hurts their wallets. Yes. Yeah, these are things that we can do, And plus, Melissa Barrera is great. And these are horror movies that both Your Monster and Abigail, and like, sign me up, I'm down. Say less. I think now is an appropriate time to say fuck Joe Biden. It's always fuck Joe Biden. Yeah. It's always fuck Joe Biden, okay? Let's be clear. Oh man. Oh boy. I have stayed away from doing political coverage in the form of looking at the election. But let me tell you that I, like so many of us I'm just so freaking pissed off. I'm so angry. We don't deserve this. We don't deserve to be living in a country that is supposedly as free as it claims to be, and yet are stuck with this two-party bullshit of two senior citizen fucking war freaks, assholes, both, these are choices. Same shit 4 years ago. 4 years ago, and we're right back here with everything else on top of it. The cycle never ending. Okay, I do have to show you guys something, though, that I was just dying laughing at. Every time there is a video of Kamala Harris, I genuinely am like, what is she doing? Is she just always on the perk and Sauvignon Blanc? Like, what happened? I feel as if once upon a time, Kamala was much more serious, or I guess I took her more seriously. She would try to have her little, like, getting along with Gen Z and millennials moments because she was running for president. But every time I see her, she's doing stuff like this.
I see our college students up there. And let me just tell you, I love Gen Z. I don't know if some, I love Gen Z. So, okay, for the older adults, this is going to be a humbling thing I'm about to share with you. If someone is 18 years old today, they were born in 2005. Oh, yeah, check that out. Think about that for a minute.
Okay. What? She said that like she just dropped some serious facts. Like she just dropped, you know, something that will blow your mind open. I cannot believe her demeanor as vice president. Like, I'm sorry. Every time I see videos of her, she genuinely seems like she popped a couple perks and drank a bottle of Sauvignon Blanc. Everything is just like, isn't that hilarious? Like, what are you even talking about? What is going on? What are you even doing? Feels like a Veep episode. She definitely had her weird, yeah, maybe I just didn't pay as close of attention because I was not in the K-Hive. Had her weird moments when she started, but now she's just on something. It really feels like that. Just her demeanor being totally zooted. Like, just totally zooted. Oh, I mean, it's the wheels on the bus go round and round.
Our college students up there. And let me just tell you, I love Gen Z. I don't know if something, you know, I love Gen Z. So, okay, for the older adults, this is going to be a humbling thing I'm about to share with you. If someone is 18 years old today, they were born in 2005. Oh, yeah, check that out. Think about that for a minute.
I'm scared, honestly. I'm scared. The laughter, the just strange. Do you know who she reminds me of? She reminds me of like a weird person from an Ari Aster film where they are so unsettling.
Obscure Leftist donated $5.
Ever look at your hand?
Did you know
I mean,
if
really
someone
look.
is a one-year Caroline sub, they subscribed in 2023?
Wow. I didn't know that. I'm going to blow your mind with this fact. Hold on. Sit down. Obscure Leftist, thank you for the dono. No, she is giving me like weird character from an Ari Aster film who you don't know what she's all about. You don't know who she is. You don't know what she's going to do. But there's something unsettling about her. She's holding a smile for too long, the smile too big, laughing for too long, laughing at something that's not funny. You know what I mean? And you are just sitting there watching it and going, oh my God, this is weird. I don't like this. Like, if somebody were to take this, okay, if I were nifty at editing, if you were to take this and then add some like creepy horror movie elements to it, some Ari Aster shit, I am telling you, like, you strip down, you take out the laughter of the audience, okay? You like you add like a little bit of little background music. I'm telling you, terrifying. Terrifying. Ugh. No, thank you. No, thank you. Please, God, no. No. But yeah, if Joe Biden dies, that's who's taking over, everyone. If he chokes on some ice cream, that's who we got. All right. I have time to watch like one more thing. So we either have Thomas Flight's top 10 movies of 2023, Andrew Scott and Greta Lee, actors on actors. There's a bunch of different actors on actors that we can watch one of them because they're not as long as the roundtables. They're like 30 minutes. Let me see what else could fit in this little spot. Let me think. You know what? I want to do Andrew Scott and Greta Lee because they're both incredible. Two of my favorite performances, and they're getting ignored, especially Andrew Scott. My God. I hate it. I absolutely hate it. This is on your watch list later? Well, perfect. We'll watch it now. All right, we'll watch this, and then I gotta go. And then tomorrow I will be back in streaming though. Got put myself up here. I need to grab some water. Haven't seen All of Us Strangers yet. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Go!
I sailed the 7 seas while you sat down on your chair. You've been good to me. Have I been good to you? Lost in the ends of gravity. Tonight I'll get back to blue. Drifting. It's every day the same. Clouds pass me by, and I'm bound to take my time. Clouds pass me by.
Okay.
I'm bound to take my time until I find.
This is our first Actors on Actors that we've watched. We watched the actress and actor roundtables. So here we go. This is going to be, a one-on-one with two of my favorite performers of the year.
So often when it's shown poorly, falling in love looks like a walk in the park. It looks.
And if you haven't seen these movies, I highly recommend. Okay, All of Us Strangers and Past Lives.
Absolutely.
Stunningly gorgeous.
It's not the nausea war that you're fighting.
It's not embarrassing. It's not humiliating as it is in real life when you actually fall in love.
Yeah, absolutely. So true.
Having to figure that out left me feeling like I was dying.
Wow.
that outfit. So, yes, I'm buying it. Yes, I love a black turtleneck. And him, Andrew Scott, I love you.
Hi.
Hi, Greta.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm so good.
Good.
I'm so genuinely excited to talk to you. I'm just going to talk to you like nobody else is here. This extremely private conversation that
private.
nobody.
Nothing is there.
No.
Nothing is there. It's just you and me, kid. I'm so happy to meet you.
Me too. It's our first time.
Our first time
in
ever
person.
meeting. I first saw your work in Russian Dolls.
So good.
Oh, gosh.
What was that like?
It was, at this point, maybe was that 4 years ago, 5 years ago? I'm reaching back into my brain to bring it forward. I love Natasha. I love Leslie Headland. Is a crew of wild New York women.
Yeah, is that Greta
identified
Gerwig?
as like an old, crusty New York bagel getting together to make this show.
Oh, God, I love that so much.
Yeah.
Together you're the bagel?
This might be a
Together
throwback. Does anybody remember? This is the first time that I was introduced to Greta Lee. The show. Oh my God, now I'm blanking on it. No, it's not High Fidelity. No. It is the Weed Show. That was a YouTube series. Oh my God. High Maintenance. Yes. High Maintenance. Oh my God. If you've never watched High Maintenance, go watch that show. I might revisit it. There are some episodes of that show that I remember being so unbelievably moved by. It's about this guy whose name is the guy, right? He doesn't have a name. And he is a weed delivery guy in New York City. And it started off as a no budget YouTube series, and they got picked up by HBO. And so I would start with the YouTube series. Or, whatever. Watch the show and then go watch the YouTube series. But that is where I was first introduced to Greta Lee as an actress, and I have been following her career ever since. The Dress One made me cry. Ugh, the dog episode. I know. It's one of those shows that, I don't really ever... never saw a lot of people talking about it. Good-ass show. Binge 4 seasons, not in 2 days. Good-ass show. Really good-ass show. Yeah. New React series, if I want to get banned, because I'm pretty sure it's still on HBO.
The bagel, I think.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Love that. Yeah.
I know where I know you from.
The streets.
Just the streets, from just seeing you around on the streets. No, I mean, I wanted to ask, is it a big responsibility to represent hot priests everywhere? Is it a heavy burden, or how's that going?
It's a burden that I've bared.
Yes, you've bared. Yeah. Maybe not so much currently anymore?
Not so much currently. No,
good.
no.
Thank
I'm
God.
in my sad era.
Oh, wonderful.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah. And congratulations on Past Lives. It is such a beautiful film. Oh my God, it makes me emotional just even thinking about it. Are you knocked over by the response?
I can't believe it. I can't believe you've seen it. I mean, that's the level of my shock.
Yeah, isn't it amazing that people get to see your work?
It's wild. And your movie, All of Us Strangers, I've seen and was completely gutted and destroyed by.
Oh, yeah.
I see you're in your sad era. We're all along for the ride. I feel like our movies are...
They have a sort of, they're intermingled, aren't they?
Yeah,
they definitely are.
We could do like a double feature. Like, we're the new Barbenheimer. We need a good
we need to
portmanteau. How do we... Hold on. What would we be? We'd be All of Us Past Strange Lives? How about that?
Yeah, exactly. That to me.
Really rolls off the tongue.
All of Us Past Strange Lives.
They will come. So where did you first come across the movie?
Strangers?
Did you audition for it, or did you?
Yes.
You did?
Very much so.
Okay.
I auditioned and did not get the job.
Yes, tell me about that.
So Celine Song,
yes, wonderful,
the incredible writer and director of this movie. If you can believe it's her first time. I mean, she's lying.
Her debut.
I'm waiting for her to come out and just tell the truth now.
It's her first film.
It is. That script, though, I mean, that was my first introduction to her, and it was one of those scripts. It made me furious with how good it was and how much I desperately wanted to be a part of it.
Yeah.
So I put everything I had into that audition and then didn't get the job.
And did you know that you'd got close to it, or?
Well, this crazy thing happened that just added to the humiliation of it all. Was I got this phone call from this producer saying they needed to meet to discuss something really exciting and important, and it was very urgent. For whatever reason, I assumed I got the job.
Mm-hmm, as you would.
Right? And then I listened to the voicemail again, and it was for Greta Gerwig.
You're joking me.
I'm not. I wish I was, but that really happened.
Wait, what?
So they just mixed us up. I don't know if they just Googled our names and just our phone numbers are out there.
Bro, what is going on? What is happening? Okay, those of you who were in the stream when I covered, what was it? Critics' Choice? Yeah, Critics' Choice Award, where Emma Stone won, gets up there, is like, oh my God, are you kidding me? These nominees are incredible. Come on. Lily, camera goes to Lily. Margot, camera goes to Margot. Carrie, camera goes to Carrie. She goes, Greta. Camera goes to Greta Gerwig, who is mouthing, not me. I'm the director of Barbie. I didn't star in Past Lives, and I'm not nominated for Best Actress. Oh my God. Oh, this is Greta-ism. This is bigotry against Gretas. More than one Greta is allowed
there, but yeah.
That is horrific.
But it couldn't have been clearer to me at that time that, when that happened,
it is better than
wasn't going to be mine.
It is better than being mistaken for another Asian woman. That is true.
Because my mom always used to say when I used to not get auditions, she'd say you're allowed one huffing day.
Only one?
Well, that a day where you are allowed for it to be everything. You can tell everybody.
Yeah.
The person walking down the street, you're like, do you want to know how my life is worse than yours?
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, you've got to just... But
one huffing day?
You're like to huff.
Yes.
Like huff and puff.
Well, I huffed for a year. Okay.
Was a year?
Yeah, because then a year later, I got a call out of the blue asking if I could meet with Celine Song that day because the casting had opened up and they were looking for older actors.
And you thought, this is not for me. This is for some other Greta.
I guess so. Right. Greta Garbo, risen from the dead. No, but I jumped on the Zoom with her, and it really was one of those very vulnerable and exposing moments, right? There was no time to engineer a brilliant performance for her. I had to go in, and I didn't have a Korean coach that we read some scenes, and she played Haesung and Arthur.
너는 나를 왜 찾았어?
12년 전에?
We read opposite each other, and we talked at length about, it was wild. She had such clear ambitions for this film during this time when it felt so antithetical. I know I want to ask you about this, but it felt so antithetical to everything else I had been reading. It's such a quiet,
Well, it's so singular,
quietly powerful movie in this world.
I love quietly
that
powerful
seems like
films.
It's more and more about championing the loudest voice in the room, and this was so different.
And were you able to sort of say, "Don't break my heart again," kind of thing? Or,
yeah, fool me once, don't you dare.
And did you feel by the end of that call? Did you feel okay?
I felt like I had nothing to lose, and it was one of those rare moments, and I felt like this job is already Greta Gerwig's, so I'm just going to do exactly what I could do in my dreams.
Yeah.
And I did it, and then she said, "It's your job."
She didn't. That's so wonderful.
In the moment,
that's
it's
so wonderful.
wild.
That must have been so emotional. Because it's so
too much.
extraordinary. It's so difficult to imagine anybody else playing that part, which is...
Well, thank you. But
apart from Greta Gerwig, I think she would have been good.
Korean is so good. It's so good. But what about you? How did you get involved with Andrew Haig's movie?
Well, I was filming something. It was a COVID-y shoot, and I had extended by about 4 or 5 months, and I was working really, really hard. So if I'm honest, I wasn't particularly inclined to start working again. And then I got this script, and I knew Andrew Haig's work from before is so extraordinary.
I just have to interject and say that in order to prepare for Past Lives, I saw his movie 45 years, I think 45 times. Oh my God,
isn't it so
extraordinary? It's
Charlotte
one of my
Rampling,
favorite films.
I think won the Oscar for this,
all his
if I'm
work has just
remembering.
got an extraordinary sort of autograph in it.
Yes.
And so I was so excited just to be even talking to him, and then I read the script, and I don't know, a little bit like you, it's very similar where you think, I have to do that.
Did you feel that with the script?
Absolutely, I did. Yeah, absolutely. Because there's something about the sort of the vulnerability of the story, and he was such a lovely person to talk to on the phone. You know, when you just feel like I just want to, because you never know in this industry really. You know, you throw yourself with such passion into things, and sometimes it works, and sometimes it doesn't. And I really do think now, like after all these years, the most important thing is that you just have a good relationship with the person.
Yeah.
And some people might like it, and some people may not like it. And I just thought I really would love to work with him. So I finished this year-long job, and I had 2 weeks, and I started on this one.
Oh my goodness.
But it was such a sort of palate cleanser. It was absolutely wonderful. And I got to shoot it in London where I live. And then as I got older, that feeling just solidified. Just a knot here all the time.
And for you, it was a straight offer.
They offered it to Andrew Ridgeley from Wham. And I thought, yeah. He is, yeah.
But you know,
Sorry.
it's it is that thing. I kind of feel like with that first initial conversation with the director, it's like it feels a little bit like falling in love.
Absolutely.
And I think about Celine like she is my wife now,
right, of
whether
course.
she wants to be or not.
Yeah.
When it is like that, it's such a tremendous leap of faith. And then once you
can't believe
experience it, I now feel like, well, I'm effed because you know I want
where do you
to
go
find
from there?
that again.
Do you feel that at the moment in relation to what you're going to do next?
A little bit.
Yeah, a sort of pressure when something...
Is it true that All of Us Strangers is it your first leading role? Could that possibly be true?
Well, I've played a lot of leading roles in the theatre.
No, first leading film role.
Of course.
And I've played some leading roles in films that nobody has seen. Nobody has seen.
Are you sure? You want to try me?
I really don't.
You
I don't
really
want to be
don't.
disappointed.
They're buried.
Yeah.
Okay.
But no, it is really a proper first leading role.
Yeah.
Wild.
And same for you, right?
Yes, I don't want to say that I've struggled for 20 long years, but
Yeah.
I've been doing mostly supporting roles,
Yeah.
small parts, and I've loved them.
Yeah, me too.
And I
me
can
too.
tell you do too.
Yeah, sometimes I think it's really interesting to play the protagonist. I think because I feel like you're never worried that the beats of the performance are ever going to be ignored because it's seen so much through the eyes of the protagonist. So I think there's some times where I feel like in playing a supporting character where you think, oh, that's a really heartbreaking moment for this character. But there's only so much coverage you can get. And so that's actually not your story. And you think, oh, you feel so protective because you don't play a character as a supporting character. You play it as much as if it's you're the center of the story.
It's all about me. No one else may see it that way. But
exactly, but I do.
But I think that's kind of
that's
essential,
true. I think
right?
it's a bit true, right?
Just
yeah.
honoring the spirit of even the smallest role.
Yeah, and
it's
so
that Stanislavski thing. There's no small part.
Right. I think that's really true. I think that's.
You
that's
can,
so true.
and that's why sometimes you will watch films and the standout performances to you are the supporting actors, not the lead ones. And I think it's a testament to sometimes the script, maybe the lead actor is the lead role, the protagonist is just not as well written as it should be, but also the actor. And recently Tom Wilkinson passed away, and I did a tribute on him, and he was a guy who he played a lot of supporting roles, and every time he was on screen, he was just one of those character actors who made things better. There are a lot of actors like that who have really their bread and butter is in supporting work, and they make every film they are a part of, everything they're a part of, just so much better. I feel that way too about William Fichtner. He's one of those actors where you don't necessarily know his name, but you see him, you're like, oh, that guy, him. But yeah, there's a bunch of actors like that.
True. And so the actual filming of the movie, you never acted in Korean before?
Never.
Blows my mind.
Beloved character actress
Even
Margot
my
Martindale.
parents were telling me,
You're not right for
such
this.
a good idea? There really was a lot of firsts for me.
Yeah.
Being number one on the call sheet,
Yeah.
that was brand new. We were shooting on 35 millimeter. I've
Yeah.
never done that.
So
compared
precious.
to Russian Doll and morning show camera,
Yeah,
so much
yeah.
coverage. We had one camera.
We had exactly the same 35 mil, and it does make you feel, don't mess this up.
Don't fuck it up.
Are you
Can we
like
say
her?
that?
Are we allowed?
Don't fuck it up.
Can we say
bleep
fuck?
us. Sure.
We say fuck.
We just
can.
did.
Have I seen the horror movie Wrapped?
Don't you kind
Yes.
of love it now? That pressure
Absolutely.
and
Absolutely.
that one
Yeah.
camera.
Oh yeah, totally.
Because I've also been on the stage.
Yes.
I don't know if you're aware, but it is that same quality that I felt like I was playing for a live audience
Right.
with that single camera.
Absolutely.
And now,
Yeah, you don't have infinite amounts of time, and actually, I think sometimes on more big budget films, actually having less pressure, I think sometimes adds a sort of lethargy to the set that I don't think is sometimes particularly creative. I think sometimes that thing where you're like, we're losing the light, we've got to go do the thing, and then you just go. It comes.
That's why you can't have chairs on set, like Bradley
you're
Cooper
reminding
says.
me of this wild moment. The Teo Yu, who's incredible
Amazing.
as Hye-sung, he and I, our first day on set, we walked onto the set, and the whole crew, all the departments were there setting up, and it was in front of the ferry with the Statue of Liberty behind them.
Oh,
and we got out of the car and they started clapping, and they gave us a sort of round of applause. It wasn't for us as actors. They had no idea whether or not we'd be absolutely terrible, but it was that same collective spirit of, we are so invested in this and let's go, and please don't mess this up.
Don't mess it up.
But I think that is so integral and just such a sacred something.
Totally.
Yeah.
It makes it feel special, and it's like, because life is, we don't have a to use a metaphor, we don't have endless amounts of film in our lives. Do you see what I'm doing here?
I'm here for it.
You
That
know,
is so
it's
deep.
not digital. It's life is 35 mil.
Yes, that's right.
Right. Thank
it's
you.
around 11 minutes.
That's crazy. I was saying that earlier, where I was like, man, wouldn't it be wow if we could just have digital video of every moment of our lives because I can't remember things. Thanks for choosing this interview. I'm stoked to see. Oh, yeah, I'm loving this. And I'm excited for you to see Past Lives.
Real?
I think so. I haven't worked it out because that might make it. Have you seen that thing? Oh, no, that doesn't matter.
No, what?
Have you seen the calendar that spells out if you live to you're about 80, it has all the days in your life? And it's a calendar. I remember when I was playing Hamlet, someone gave it to me as a sort of generous gift.
Gosh.
Because that's so much about death. And it just has all like a calendar except for your entire life. And it fits on your wall. And it's absolutely terrifying.
Oh, God. Yeah, I don't know if I want to see that.
No, you don't want to see it. And I shouldn't have brought it up because I want you to have a nice day and I want you to sleep well this evening. But I think that's what our two films sort of have a little bit in common, which is this sort of fragility. I feel like they're both very intimate films, but they have a sort of epic quality to them.
Yes.
Don't they?
Yeah, I want to hear how you guys were talking about it for your film, but I remember talking to Celine in the earliest days about how to capture. It felt so radical, and if we could pull it off, the ultimate flex for us to try to think about. I remember her describing the bar scenes as, is there a way we can do this and make it feel monumental? A scene that we've seen a million times.
Absolutely.
But those moments that feel so ineffable and so small and yet cosmic. 무슨 생각?
12년 전에 그때 내가 만약에 뉴욕에 왔었다면 어땠을까?
We talked about things like melancholia, that moment, Lars von Trier, where he sort of freezes time, and how we can conjure that on film.
I think what's really extraordinary in your film is the online scenes.
Oh, yeah.
They're so extraordinary because they're so difficult to do. I mean, that challenge of how do you even capture text messaging and how do we capture like Zoom calls and blah, blah, blah. And for some reason in your movie, it just feels incredibly authentic. Did you guys just...
I think I'm really drawn to films like this because they are small, they are intimate. It's a lot about, a lot of just like conversations between characters, but they are about these bigger, life things and, themes that are applicable to all of us. Like with Past Lives, what I love so much about Past Lives is that it's not necessarily about reconnecting with a lost love. It's about the paths in life that we take or that we don't take. And how you never really will know what would have happened because you didn't take that path. You took the one that you're on now. And your past and your present and your future are always colliding because as we go through life, we meet people, we make decisions, we have heartbreak and we have love. And ultimately though, we choose a path and that changes, but we don't get to go back and relive those other options, those other past lives. And that's why it's such a gorgeous film to me because it's so naturalistic. It just drops you right in. There's no frills about it. And yet the subject material, the theme in this, the themes of the film are ones that are universal. I think that a lot of people think about these paths that they didn't take. Think about like what if, very wistfully, not always with regret, but wistful. Like I just, would love to see how that in another life, like how it would have worked out.
Have a lot of time to be free with each other, or like it felt just so incredibly natural.
Well, thank you. I guess this is the question about chemistry, right?
Yeah.
How to sometimes rapidly and instantly create that kind of a specific chemistry too.
Yeah,
I mean, for us, it was this childhood connection that potentially exists over several lifetimes. And for you and Paul Mescal, I also heard that you'd never met before. Is that right?
We had met before.
Okay.
It's a really interesting thing about chemistry, isn't it? Like I've witnessed people who don't really get on particularly well, it's a bit frosty, and they have incredible chemistry, actually. I don't think it's...
Which doesn't it make you feel like, why even bother? Why bother being nice?
But I suppose what's good about it is if you like the person, you feel playful.
Yeah.
And I think if you can feel playful, then I think, it just makes the process more enjoyable, whatever the product turns out to be like, whatever. But if you like the person, I think you just enjoy acting a bit more.
So you're saying you like Paul?
I like Paul. I love Paul, in fact.
He's very lovable.
He's wonderful. And like whatever chemistry Paul and I might have in real life, actually, that's neither here nor there, because we have to create a kind of chemistry that's completely different from me and Paul's chemistry, because we're talking about
I would hope so, because that would be hard to sustain in real life.
Yeah. Right? It's just a feeling like... the future doesn't matter. Does that make sense?
Those sad Irish eyes.
Were there things you were doing, or that maybe your director was asking you to do to try to help that along in any way? Or were there things that you found that could help in creating the specific kind of chemistry and relationship you guys had?
I don't know. It's really easy to do that when you've got a good script, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because everybody wants to be there, Everybody goes, I love my part. Because I had a sort of dual challenge in this one, because I had sort of 2.5 weeks with Jamie Bell and Claire
God.
Foy.
And just an embarrassment of riches.
It was an embarrassment of riches, quite exactly. And so, what I love, the sort of theatrical idea that they are 10 years younger than me, and they're
Cries in Irish.
But there was never at any point did we decide that there was going to be a sort of, a nuclear glow around them to signify that they were ghosts. In the same way in the theatre, we go into the theatre and people can play multiple parts and the audience immediately accepts it. Sometimes in the movies, I think we need to work too hard.
Yeah.
And actually creating that chemistry, I felt like I just needed to be as sort of boyish as possible and go back to those, kind of fragile feelings that I had when I was young and not so incredibly secure as I am now.
Yeah.
I'm not like that. This incredible, godlike, doubtless person that you see before you. And then there was sort of like sexual chemistry and physical, falling in love. Such a beautiful thing to do, right?
Yes. And it was my first time as an actor to take on and access and inhabit falling in love. I want to talk to you specifically about that because, obviously with Fleabag, the way it was done there and in this movie, it is I was so deeply humbled by the experience of having to do that with two different actors.
Is very
Incredible
challenging.
I was surprised to feel like it was an action film, just in how physiology of longing and falling in love.
Absolutely. Did you find it pleasurable to...
No.
I believe you.
No.
I can tell by your face.
I found it
uncomfortable.
I found it to be, first of all, I feel so often when it's shown poorly, falling in love looks like a walk in the park. It looks
absolutely
stunningly gorgeous.
It's not the nausea war that you're fighting.
It's not embarrassing. It's not humiliating as it is in real life when you actually fall in love.
Yeah, absolutely. So true.
And I found that having to figure that out in a very real and specific way left me feeling like I was dying.
Right. Wow.
I mean, it's so physical.
No, it is. It's so physical.
And I think that it's a thing where maybe some people describe falling in love like it's your internal makeup changes, that a person can do that. And just trying to think about that for the movie and what the movie was asking.
And those dual relationships that you had in the movie.
Yeah.
That was so beautiful, that scene that you guys have. Oh my God. Something with John. That's just so...
John.
What an extraordinary relationship that is as well. Completely different. And actually, what I love is that the film, I often think that the films that don't judge any characters are the ones that are just so stick with audiences, I think, because...
This is what I said about Past Lives, okay? This film did not set out to villainize anybody because it didn't need to. Not every movie needs a villain. And I loved the not judging characters, and actors always talk about how that's one of the things that you have to do as an actor is no matter who you're playing, you cannot judge the character because otherwise you're not going to do the best work that you can do.
the lack of extremism is so touching, and
Right.
that scene is why it's so
Right.
beautiful that we experience that a lot more in life than is sometimes represented on screen.
I couldn't agree with you more. I find kindness so sexy.
Oh,
But
hard
truly,
agree. I
that
couldn't
is
agree more.
what I have loved. I've loved that about your performances, and also Andrew Haig's work.
Yeah, he's so
And
kind. He's
Celine,
so kind.
Yeah, Celine Song shares that same essence of this incredible generosity
Yeah.
when it comes to her treatment of humans. And
Yeah.
and John,
I mean, they're not
really
abusing their
honored that
actors?
so masterfully. I think because that was almost an impossible role to play.
Right, it's
this
so
loving
difficult.
husband who was not villainous or
No.
angry.
I think you can really tell that about Celine. You can tell how you can read her kindness.
Yeah.
And it's the same with Andrew, actually. His films are actually quite apparently serious. I don't know, I hate that word serious, but like, you know, the crew adored him and he was so gentle with me, and I felt like this character, you know, we shot the film in his childhood home. Did you know that?
No.
So all those scenes
Oh my gosh.
where I go back to the 1987, we shot in his childhood home.
Oh wow.
Which is so extraordinary. So when he was upset and figuring out who he was as a young 10-year-old, you know, I was thinking he would have been crying in this little bathroom that the crew are now like stamping over. And this little creaky little 1980s bed that I climbed into was, you know, it's like literally his house.
The writer. Our son.
We're very bloody pleased to see you doing so well then.
It's based off of a book, is that right?
Yes,
but
yeah.
it seems so incredibly personal.
Yeah, he's adapted it very much to a sort of, I wouldn't call it biographical, but it certainly deals with his own sort of emotional biography. And so I felt my challenge was to sort of match. I didn't really want to act. I wanted to give as much of myself as he had given.
I feel like you can really tell when directors put their personal lives and are working out like their shit in a film. I feel like you can get that sense. And with All of Us Strangers, yes, absolutely. You can feel how personal it is to Andrew Haig, and you can feel him like working out certain things through the script, like, you know, things that he's dealing with.
So the idea that
felt that with After Sun,
because it seemed so extraordinary to me that I would ever get to play a part like this, and when I read it, I just felt so much of my own, I suppose, pain or vulnerability. I just thought I just want to give as much to the process as Andrew had, and so it became like a sort of weird marriage. And so I really trusted him that if I affected him in some way.
Would you glance over to Video
You know
Village
the way,
every
you
once
know
in
the
a
way,
while?
exactly.
What was it like to fall in love for you on camera?
I love it. I love.
Do you think that happened in Salford?
I think because it was a kind of lonely character, and maybe a little bit.
Yes,
it was like that a little bit in Fleabag, and maybe because both those actors are people that I love also. But actually, I didn't really know Paul as well as I know him now, and I think because it was such a lonely. I was playing a lonely character and Paul was playing a lonely character. There was such a great pleasure in being able to go, this is such a nice thing to do. And the tenderness, what I think is beautiful about our film is that there's a lot of sex in it.
There is?
There's a couple of, did you fast forward those bits?
I must have it.
Yeah. No, there's a couple of and I'm glad you did.
No, they're beautifully shot.
They are beautiful. Yeah. They're beautiful. He's but I think what's really beautiful is it's a very, very tactile film. I think there's so much touching between. You know the way like children have such a beautiful idea with attitude towards physicality, the way they touch each other and their parents, and if they want someone to be quiet, they cover their mouth. It's just very primal in some way.
Yeah.
And to go from that, getting into your parents' bed and to go into that sort of physical side with Paul was really beautiful. So the sex was really important, but actually what I think is radical about it is how tender these two men are with each other, you know.
And you don't really get to see that with men.
No,
that's what I said.
I think people understand certain, I suppose, prejudice. People can understand the idea, well, like if you've got a fuck somebody, you just fuck them. But what's radical?
It's so
is
tender and so
someone.
loving.
To actually touch them without. Sometimes I think is dodgy in sex scenes between two men is it's always like fervent. They're always clasping each other, they're always knocking over loads of bucks, and it feels like you really want to just get this over with quickly.
Sure.
And sometimes you don't want to get it over with quickly.
Yeah.
Sometimes you do.
I know. I was going to say I kind of want to see that version of it. But yeah.
Exactly. Well, if you hadn't fast forwarded it, you would have seen it.
Oh, yeah.
Men being tender.
Exactly. This is not for me.
You know, I have never done a sex scene.
Have you not?
No.
Yeah.
And the thing about past lives is there's almost no touching. I mean, well,
yeah, that's
there's
true.
touching, but, well, okay. Celine came up with this experiment where she wanted Teo and I to not touch leading up to the reunion in New York when we're adults. She didn't want to.
Oh, because that moment.
Right. So what was happening, and I think I have to admit that seemed like kind of methody and kind of like,
yeah,
can
I hear you.
trust that we've
we've
got it.
We've got some skill.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. But it was fascinating because by not being able to touch ever, it did create something, just a question.
Well, that moment is just,
yeah.
Even thinking about it, it's
Yeah.
like so beautiful.
But we had all kinds of discussions about whether or not we needed to show sex or even kissing. I guess John and I kissed as a married couple. That felt dangerous to us in a different capacity.
Yeah.
I think in a similar way, showing men touching like that in a sex scene.
Yeah.
For us, it was, I guess we're even more prude. We're a very prude movie.
Yeah.
But it felt...
but it doesn't... What's so extraordinary to me, if someone had said, oh, there's no touching in past... Or kiss, like sex in past lives, I would have been like, what?
Wow.
Because it's so intimate.
Right.
And I think that's it. Like, it's like graphicness isn't the thing, necessarily.
Is this something that you're looking for in terms of next projects and things, like this essence of raw sex?
Yes. Thank you for asking. And thank you for
They
bringing
should
it
do
out
a
there.
movie
I thought
together.
You were gonna ask you all the important
Yeah,
questions.
I have. I'm looking at some raw. And thank you for using the word raw.
You're welcome. What I mean is, I mean love.
No, you don't.
I do. I really do. That's what I'm trying.
Yeah, I have a sort of idea that all stories are love stories.
God damn it.
I do. I feel like everything, whether it's about something
so beautiful.
It's true. I believe this as well. I believe that it, at its core, stories about love, because it's about, it's about connection.
I'm such a mean, dark person. Yeah. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah,
yes.
I do feel like all stories are relate to love in some way, whether you're trying to conceal it
or disconnection, like
barter with it or dive into it. And even if it's like, all stories are love stories.
Yeah.
Unless, let's see if we can name one that isn't a love story. Thank you.
Okay.
5 minutes of silence, variety. Enjoy.
Keep going while we think on that. No, you're right.
So,
yes,
the morning show, international sensation. Tell me about that. How was that?
Wildly different
Yes.
from past lives. It's like playing a sport.
This goddamn
it
show.
Is,
My God. If you've never seen the morning
so
show.
completely different. When I do that job, I have to relearn how to speak that fast.
Yeah, right.
And
of
I think,
course.
whose stupid idea was it to talk like this? Oh,
that
I
show
wouldn't
is
blame
like
it myself.
How long
basically
after you
a
completed?
little
It was
more
probably a good
elevated
little
of a
while
soap
after
opera.
you finished.
I guess we had a few months.
Yeah.
But we premiered at Sundance, and I had to come back and finish the morning show.
Oh, Ant-Man and the Wasp?
I guess
Yeah.
I like that it's so different.
Yeah.
I guess I can admit that when sometimes
Incredible
you
love
have
story.
an experience doing a certain kind of movie and then you get dropped back into what was a familiar world, and everything looks so different.
Yeah. Well, I suppose your horizons are so, and I suppose as well there is that thing about playing the protagonist as well, where
Right.
I don't know, it's just like a different circus you're joining. It doesn't mean that one is better than the other, but it is like, I'd imagine the personal nature of filming past lives.
Yeah.
It feels such a unique story just as an audience member that I'd imagine just to move on to a new relationship, whatever it might be, is just going to be...
Those goodbyes can be something. What about you? So you were...
I finished a version of...
Vanya.
Well, I did. I've just done Vanya, which is a one-man version of Uncle Vanya.
Yeah.
And so I played 8 characters.
Why
just
would you do that?
It was
Why would you do
it was
that,
foolish of
Andrew?
me, and
That's
I'm sorry.
too many.
It's
You
too
could
many
have
characters.
called me. I could have
you could have done a couple of them.
Helena.
Yeah, you could.
So-
Yeah, great. You would have been brilliant at that part. Better than
Time
me.
to share. It's you. But my gosh,
Yes,
really though,
we finished it 2 weeks ago, so I'm like, it was insane. It was quite an insane thing to do, but completely wonderful.
Yeah.
And Chekhov is like somebody that people often think is very boring and serious, and it's so wonderful. It's all about unrequited love, which is the most sexy, brilliant thing to play, and it was insane. So it was like schizophrenia.
Did I ever tell the story of when I was doing a Chekhov play, and we were at the last scene before intermission, and it's this big scene, and there's a big monologue, and all the characters are on stage, and my parents had come to see my show. I was in college, and they were in the middle of the theater, and there was a moment of quiet on stage before this. I can't remember who it was who was doing the monologue, but I heard this really loud snoring, and it was coming from my father, who had fallen asleep during the play, and he snores like thunder. When he snores, it is thunderous. It sounds like the heavens are playing the drums. Yeah. I was like, please God, I hope no one knows this is my dad.
But wonderful. And we just finished that a little while ago. And then
my mom was trying to wake him up. It's hard to wake him up.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to take a little... Sometimes you can act too much, I think.
No,
and
you
I think...
You can.
I think
Yes,
people,
absolutely.
I did this Ripley. I did this version of The Talented Mr. Ripley, the Patricia
Oh,
Highsmith.
I cannot wait to see this.
We did 8 hours, kind of limited series, and I shot that for nearly a year.
Wow.
It was a lot, and I was on every day, and it was extraordinary experience and beautifully written script. But and then I went straight on to do All the Strangers, and having worked for a long time, I love that expression, stop the glorification of busy. I think as actors sometimes, particularly if you've worked as a supporting actor, you're not like a...
No, I would like to take a rest.
Yeah.
For sure.
It's nice to rest, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, it's
Do you want it?
essential.
Well, we have a little...
We
have a little... Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Good night.
Yeah. I feel like we've talked about the entrance in. How is your exiting character?
Oh, God, character. I was like, wow, the plot thickens. I'm pretty good at it, actually. I think I got good at it. I was thinking about it yesterday. I was talking about it yesterday with Paul, and we were talking about... There's a kind of thing, I don't know if you feel this when you're telling a story, that it's like
what the fuck is this?
a
It's
jigsaw
porn.
puzzle. And by the time you've only got about 25 pieces left, you kind of, there's a momentum that you want to complete the story and collate all the things, then go. I don't usually mind saying goodbye. I mind saying goodbye to the people.
So, but that puzzle metaphor, you just break apart the pieces and put it back in the box? I mean, I would like glue the back and frame. I'm one of those people. Frame the puzzle
and hold on to it.
So you're telling me don't do that. Just put it back.
I wouldn't do that because nobody wants to make a jigsaw puzzle that's covered in glue, hard glue. Nobody wants that, Greta.
This is why you're so good.
You're ruining it for the future puzzle makers.
You're right.
Right?
Don't be so selfish.
But do you mean that you just feel like this? Do you feel devastated when you finish?
I think it is some kind of a goodbye that does feel. I mean, it does sometimes feel slightly existential, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's all the efforting, all of the resources put into creating a whole life and a whole world.
Yeah.
That I think hopefully I'll get better at that.
But I can imagine with Past Lives, because it's so extraordinarily special.
Yeah.
Do you watch it much? Like, have you seen it many times?
I have to admit that it's now on airplanes, and I want to watch it so badly, but I don't feel like I can because
I'm going to get you
look
awake.
at her. I'm going to
get you a long blonde,
a long ponytail.
Exactly.
No, I haven't really I don't know. Do you watch your own movies?
Wig to watch your own play.
Actors aren't allowed to admit that they do.
That they do
You got,
watch
right?
them?
That they watch them.
Yeah, exactly. Like that it's somehow sort of vain or something.
Right.
There are certain things that I have not seen and I never will.
Okay.
But I watched the film the other night with an audience for the first time because of the strike. We weren't able to
Oh my gosh.
see it. And Paul and I had seen it in a screening room a while ago, and we kind of watched it. And because both of us were so involved in it, we were like, "Yeah, did you enjoy it?" We were like, "Yeah, I enjoyed it." We were like dead robots.
Wow.
And then when we watched it with a
People.
huge group of people, and everybody was just so devastated by it, I felt so exposed and seeing it in a proper big cinema,
Yes.
and I felt like, oh my God, not only have we sort of exposed ourselves physically, but I felt like, oh my God, they're seeing something really, really vulnerable in me. And
I totally understand that. I want to tell you that when we premiered at Sundance, it was the same thing. It was the first time we were seeing it with an audience. And at the very end of the movie, that last scene and what happens, I thought everyone was getting up to leave.
Oh God,
because
really? Did you?
They were shifting in their seats and until we realized it was because they were reaching for tissues.
Yeah, right.
But I was so convinced that they were
like, they don't like
grabbing
this.
their coats and that was
That
so
last scene.
It's magical.
surreal.
I find that so extraordinary that something can be conceived in somebody's mind, and then they can have the courage to sort of write it down, and then the courage to make something that, you know, in independent films, you don't know, with these strange stories.
Yes.
And then that touches other people eventually and makes them feel better. I just think it's a wonderful thing to do with your life.
It's amazing.
See you later.
It is.
See you later.
I love film. I do. It's a way for, it's a way for us to connect and to feel less alone, I think. And also be fucking entertained. Just so much about it. That was great. I really loved their chemistry together. And I thought it was a really good choice of actor pairings. Very lovely. So, again, Andrew Scott is in All of Us Strangers. Greta Lee is in Past Lives. Films make life better. I fully believe that. I am totally behind that. What else was I going to say? All right. That's it. Reminds us of how we're all connected and human. Yes. That's all I got. That's all she wrote. Thanks for hanging out and watching that with me. I never know if it's gonna be entertaining for people. I love this kind of stuff, obviously, because it's human connection is so important to me. It's so important. And so I love talking about movies. I love watching actors talk about movies. And I love doing that with y'all, with this community. You know? It's all about connection. All about connection. Okay, I am... I am heading out. I'm gonna send you guys to... I'm gonna send you to Raphael Ticket, Rafi. I haven't rated him before. So I'll send your asses over there. What else was I gonna say? Alright, I'll be back tomorrow. Probably 5:30ish. Have a great night. A couple things. Submit your Oscar nomination predictions through that forum if you want me to go over them on stream tomorrow. You don't have to have watched everything. Just, I don't know, whatever. If you want to do it, you can do it. If you don't get to it for tomorrow, that's fine. We can also do it another day after nominations come out. Also, streamer nominations close pretty soon. So if you haven't voted, if you want to vote, make sure you go ahead and do that. They're still open, yes. So Oscars, Streamer Awards, and go watch movies. Go watch movies and come back and report. Okay? All right. Well, I'll see y'all tomorrow. Have a good night. Sorry that we can't get into any DGen gaming, but we'll probably do some tomorrow. All right? Okay. Be well. Be Be well, friends. Good night.